will have to clash it out in order to start earning those points.
Yeah.
And most importantly, Jacob, getting a position right on the damage threshold so you can go ahead and ride it to endgame.
Yeah, and just catching fire at the right moment is important.
Oh, yeah.
Bucky, Okus, and Cam have done just that. First place through consistency out of their group. Let's see if they can channel that into a finals lobby. But that's going to do it from me and Monster for now. We'll see you in a little bit. Back to you, Z.
Why Monster looking so good? I feel under stress, bro. Man, Monster, chill, dog. All right.
You need to chill.
Apparently, I need to chill. Storm Surge. We're going to be talking a lot about Storm Surge over the course of finals. We've kind of seen it ebb and flow from group to group. Sometimes it's like really, heavy and it's kind of tough to deal with. Other times we see lobbies thin down. It's not really an issue. This being a finals, though, we know none of these trios want to go down early, so I can expect we're going to see a lot of Storm Surge, Vivid.
Yeah, I'm going to use the staple mechanic of Fortnite competitive Storm Surge, of course, to kind of give you guys an idea just how hard some of these finals lobbies can be. In order to do that, we're going to take a look at some of the average Storm thresholds needed for some of our sessions. Now, the first one I'm going to look at is group number 1. Now, of course, these numbers don't really mean anything, but we're going to make comparisons throughout, right? Zone number 5 need about 400. At the end of the game, need about 800. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at another session that kind of happened, right? One of the Div Cups, because it's going to be very, very similar and amongst the same meta. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at what was required for the Div Cup right now? As you can see, pretty similar, right? Zone 5 around 400, Zone 9, around 800. But Kelly, the big comparison that we want to make, right? It's like, okay, these are happening throughout the season. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at Major 1 finals and kind of make a comparison and talk to how hard finals just really are. Zone 5, 867, nearly double. Zone 9, 1300 damage needed there, right? Like, it is just so much more damage. And it's like, well, let's also think about the meta a little bit, right, Kelly? Like, I would say that Storm Surge is even going to be higher in this season than it was last season. So it's going to get crazy today.
It is definitely going to get crazy, and it's kind of the perfect storm, pun intended, for these players to be going for the Storm Surge. I mean, it is final, so everyone's stay alive. We constantly see by Zone 2, Zone 3, 90 players still alive. But by having these scoped weapons for these easy tags as well, obviously Vivid is just going to impact Storm Surge that much more.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it just so much harder. And obviously the Storm Surge meta this season, kind of returning to the conversation, is of course going to be these giant towers that players love to waste. Usually, some brick on. Usually they'll find a nice little hill to kind of put their head up on. But I can't lie, this season has also kind of created, how do I say, just so much chaos and so much wealth in terms of the consumables that are readily available, whether it be, from an uncontested POI. And as you can see here, like for example, Acorn's Trio, they got uncontested mass metas. So they're going to get so many extra consumables, so much so they're just going to go ahead and carry all of these extra consumables to the top of those Storm Surge bases that we were talking about, which kind of puts them in a position to be like, well, I'm kind of sitting here, I'm looking at some extra minis, some extra big pots. Why don't I go ahead and expose myself out here, kind of, incentivize some other players to go ahead and shoot me. Oh, look, they're going to poke their head up. I can get to shoot them. I get to do more damage because of how many extra heals I have this season.
I mean, the fact too that because of all the heals that are available, you can buy these from the black markets, right? So we're seeing these black markets play more of a factor into some of the strategy that some of these trios have. They're like, hey, we have to go here to make these rotates. We're late in the storm. Stop by the black market.
Yeah, the black market, the 3 black markets that pop up on the map have completely changed the way that we have seen this early and middle game, and just the plethora of items, whether that's weapons or heals, of course, has just kind of shaken up the way that Storm Surge is earned, Vivid.
Yeah, and I think the black market is really, really cool in the sense that, with those 3 spots around the map, there's a kind of a way to play offensively and kind of defensively when you kind of think about it, right? Defensively, it would be, hey, listen, I just want to go to the black market. I'm going to go ahead and pick up some heals, for my rotates or whatever. But offensively, you can also think about it. Oh, black markets players are going to be going there. I'm going to go ahead and put a base next to one of those because I'm for sure going to see players kind of go in there, rotate out or something like that. So I feel like the black markets have just enabled so many different strategies for some of our players.
And one of those players that has really kind of revolved their entire strategy around the black market is Clix's Trio. And we've seen them kind of, especially at the early part of the season, they would go for it a lot earlier, and you can tell that they definitely prioritize these splashes. But Vivid, unfortunately, it's only Higgs that have the splashes.
Yeah, as you can see right here, laying out their POI, they only have 1 stack of splashes prior to going into the black market. And like Kelly was saying, this is a big part of their strategy. Of course, they're going to go over to the black market near magic mosses. And let's go ahead and take a look at their inventory once they're done buying up all of the splashes. They went from just 1 stack of splashes to a total of 5. And I can't lie, if I was in an FNCS finals, I would love to have 5 stacks of splashes on my trio.
I will say, though, Zeke, that there is a big question mark right now on clicks and getting the black market in time. There's some times where I notice that he doesn't rotate to black market until 17 minutes deep into Storm. And at that point, you have teams like Tony's trio, you have Noah's trio that are nearby that can easily pick up a ton of those stacks if Clix' trio doesn't prioritize it early enough.
I mean, Clix is a rewards member of the black market. He frequents it often, so we'll have to see how that kind of plays out. But, there's also like Liam and 20, right? These guys also looking to utilize this black market.
Yeah, I mean, building bases on top of the black marks is, of course, very, very good. As you can see, Liam unexpectedly going to be taking some damage. And, this is pretty basic, right? But it kind of opens up these ideas, these strategies. Because, like, oh, Liam's like, well, I don't got any heals in my inventory, but I'm based up right on top of a black market. I could just go down and buy some, make sure I'm 100 before I start rotating. So that's why we just see so many players go ahead and base up near or on top of these black markets.
I love it. So, obviously, guys, there's an elephant in the room we have to discuss.
Where?
Of course, it is the trios that have already qualified: Peterbot, Cold Ritual, Pollo, Agers, and Acorn. Vivid, why don't we talk about this segment that you've called Back to Back or Back to Pete?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I love the fact that I kind of came up with that. It's one of my prouding achievements in life. I thought that was really, really cute right there. But yeah, I guess that's the question for me, right? I mean, is Peterbot gonna return to the top, or is Pollo, Agers, and Acorn going to get that back-to-back? Or I mean, even for Pollo, right? Multiple back-to-backs at that point. So I wanted to go ahead and take a look at their FNCS Major 1 finals and kind of how they performed and compare some of their statistics. I feel like Peterbot's trio, right? More total eliminations, the better highest point game, more VRs, right? They had those pop-off moments, right? They kind of have a higher ceiling, I would say, than Acorn's trio. The Acorn trio was just so consistent during those Major 1 finals. I mean, they got top 8 11 times. They never got struck by Storm Surge. They only had to reboot 1 time. Whereas for, Peterbot's trio, those numbers were a little bit higher than that, right? So basically the point I'm trying to make here is that Acorn, Agers, and Pollo, they're trying to play like perfect Fortnite. They don't want to make any mistakes at all. Whereas Peterbot's trio is kind of going for those high point games, which is sometimes risky and sometimes costs them.
It's interesting, looking at Peterbot as a player and more so looking at the community as a whole and how they kind of revere him and his trio. I mean, you can see why that is when you look at the Div Cup finals. And yeah, they may have had a bit of a surprise Group 1 performance where, although they did somehow still break records but disappoint us at the same time, I don't know how they keep doing that. They did get the top out of consistency in their group, and by watching them just play, we know that it is so eliminating heavy, and even more so to focus on is that elims are worth 4 points. So if you still look at all the numbers, all the tournaments that they've had that they've gotten first place in, that's typically with elims being worth even less. So with today, and there's something I want to pull back to the interview that we had with Quanti saying we know that it's going to be Peterbot, and even Levin said the same thing, that by them losing Major 1, they are going to be even more strong and dominating in this major today because they have so much more to prove.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be very interesting to see if anything changes amongst the trios, right? I mean, heck, they even tried to change the trios completely. But yeah, we kind of also wanted to take a look at one of the head-to-heads that, of course, will be happening on some of these trios, and we're going to be taking a little bit of a focus towards the support role. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at, Ritual versus Pollo in terms of some of the statistics that we can kind of expect, or maybe some of the play styles from these two.
And this is from the group stages. I know depending on what tournament it is, it's a completely different set of stats, but I love looking at these two right here because I think a big question mark on which one of these teams is going to be coming out on top actually comes down a lot to how Pollo or Ritual are going to be playing here today. And we can see as far as eliminations and assists go, they're somewhat a little bit more favored on Ritual's side, but Pollo is able to bring out more damage and a better damage ratio. Pollo is able to kind of play this fragging role, but also also still support, whereas Ritual, I feel like, is full support. But we saw a lot of people kind of hating on Ritual, let's be honest, right? But if you look at the group stages, Ritual was the one that was able to keep his teammates alive and bringing them back and kind of keeping them forward throughout the entire group stage.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention, right, I feel like the motivating factor, or kind of like his goal coming into season 2 here, was, hey, he wanted to improve on his mechanics, right? That was kind of like the goal. And I feel like that was a conversation that we had during the group stages. And I'm not gonna lie, it looks like Ritual's practice did pay off. So hopefully it also is able to pay off in finals today and tomorrow.
Okay, fair. So like, obviously we've talked about Peterbot, Cole, and Ritual. What about the other side, right? Pollo, Agers, and Acorn. I mean, both of these trios had over 900 points in major number 1, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we now have 2 just like absolute titan trios who are roaming around the lobby that we have to figure out how to deal with.
I mean, when it comes to Agers, Acorn, and Pollo, what an incredible run we got to see from Major 1. And they kind of went under the radar for many, many weeks until we really got into the Major 1 finals. And I feel like they might be doing a little bit of the same today. A lot of people putting them in second place below Peterbot. But Acorn is such an incredibly smart IGL. He understands the meta. He knows exactly what to do to be at his advantage. And then you have Pollo, who is an incredible fragger and support. And then Agers, who solo clutched, I honestly, probably their Major 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, definitely did, right? Some of these trios, some of these players are just Grands players that kind of show up, right? And they're like, listen, it's finals now. We're going to give you guys the best. And I would expect that out of this trio.
Ooh, can't wait to see it. We're close. We got 5 more minutes before we can jump into the battle bus to kick off the competition. I know, we're so close. The last thing we want to talk about here is trios we think could qualify to globals, right? With 3 spots on the line, who do we think could walk away with one of those spots? We want to start pretty simply here, right? Clix, Iamzo, and Higgs. I mean, we've already kind of touched on them fighting over the black markets, and now we kind of see them come in. They finally broke in that 4th place curse. Can they break the ultimate curse and go ahead and qualify through the globals this weekend?
I think that there is a possibility. I think out of all of the seasons that we have seen Clix play, that this is the best potential that we have out of them getting a 1st place or 2nd place spot in the finals. And if you look at this graph right here, that doesn't look super great. Yes, group 2 was a little rough for Clix's trio, Vivid, and you could even hear that after the group stage finished, just kind of how down Clix was on himself.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that myself, right? Like, is that going to go ahead and affect them in the finals? I don't think it will, right? They've been competing for a very long time. But Kelly, I mean, this trio just does such a good job of controlling the low ground, getting to the front sides of the moving zone. It would be no surprise to me if they were able to kind of pull something like this off for a majority of the games today.
It's wild. During the performance evaluation that happened a few days ago, literally at the same second mark, around 24 minutes and 40 seconds, which is around the time that the 10th zone pops, they would go and aggressively push into the front side of zone. And you can see, even when Iamzo and Higgs were a duo without Clix, they still made the same move. And pushing to the front side of zone isn't necessarily a, unique strat, but it's how aggressive they go for it every single time. That's really impressive to me, and I think part of the reason why we see them do well in consistency.
I mean, I gotta see it. I want to see Clix. Let's see it globals. Let's just make it happen. Let's talk about Muzz, Yapko, and Rise. I feel like it wouldn't be a globals without Clix, and it wouldn't be a globals without Muzz. Obviously, these guys are over at Shiny Shafts. They've got a black market nearby, right? So we've got all the pieces. Now we just have to convert that into a top 3.
Yeah, and this is definitely something that Muzz, Yapko, and Rise can bring. Muzz has had such an incredible run this season as far as solo cash cups go, and them as a trio as well has performed pretty well. We saw them in Major 1 get 5th place. They broke up at the start of Season 2, and then right before play-ins happened, Vivid, we saw them join back up again and get 5th overall.
I mean, super incredible stuff out of them. I like that strategy that kind of Z kind of pointed out, right? The black market being nearby. Also like Shiny Shafts, because it also gives them the option to use that launch pad that's on the hill right above their POI. Can make some of these rotates easier for this trio. I think their strategy in the end game, the early game being uncontested, it's looking good for these guys.
Okay. I said it wouldn't be a globals without Clix. Said it wouldn't be a globals without Muzz. It also wouldn't be a globals without Kanata. Come on, man. Kanata, Bolt, and Sphinx more recently forming, now looking to snag one of those top 3 spots. I guess the question I have to ask is, do we think they can do it?
This, out of the 3 trios that we've talked about, is probably the biggest question mark for me, and I think a lot of it's going to come down to zone pulls in their favor. They are an incredible trio. Kanata is one of the most brilliant players that I have ever seen in Fortnite. His ability to handle Storm Surge or just kind of come up with unique strats on the fly. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do it better. Bolt's an incredible player. We saw him do really well with Bryce last year. I'm excited to see him joined up by Kanata. And Sphinx, who at one point Cooper called one of the best IGLs in the game. I think all 3 of them have so much potential. I really, really hope they stick together for Major 3 because I think we could see even more come out of them.
Well, yeah, they're going to have to stick together for Major 3 after they qualify to Globals this weekend. Am I right, guys? But yeah, I mean, this trio, my eyes are going to be on them throughout the day, right? They're going to be landing southeast of the map, all the way down in the corner, probably looking to farm some kinch stats there with distance traveled. But yeah, Kanata always has some sort of strategy plan when it comes down to Storm Surge. Usually he's the player towards the top of the leaderboard in terms of damage dealt when it comes down to these finals. And he's got the most experience out of anybody in the lobby when you look at it. So that's why, he's been through all of the metas. He knows what to do.
I love it. Okay, we have like 20 seconds. Really fast. Kelly, Vivid,
gosh.
what are you guys hoping to see out of game number 1? Go.
Big shout outs to other teams that we didn't get to mention. Bucky Kimokas, I think, are going to do well. Braids, Diminished Visuals, Shadow, Curve, and Tyler. Of course, Buka Threats and Rapid did really well during scrims. Reet, please, I want to see you get a top 5.
Okay, and listen, I'm going to go back to my typical I want 6-12 good games of Fortnite.
That's right. Simple, and that's what I love to hear. It is that time. Friends, let's jump up on that battle bus. 6 games today. How do we set the stage going into tomorrow? Let's find out right now.
Well, Jacob, the stage has been set. What do you think about Zeke setting them up for the rapid fire? All the big team names getting called out.
I think it's one of those things. You get put on the spot like that, you might forget a name. So I got to give Kelly all the credit. I feel like she had a list. She stuck to it. And I got to ask you, let me put you on the spot. What names are you looking at this weekend?
I'm riding with the brothers. I'm riding with Xset this week. I want to see clicks pop off, Yamzo and Higgs. I mean, the momentum is there. And clearly, I want them to show up to Globals, right? We already know 2 big spots. Big teams have taken some spots. But let's see it. Game number 1 is here.
The Xset boys getting a lot of love from Monster D-Face on this side. And honestly, I cannot go wrong with that one, but I'm going to go with Vivid on this one. I want 12 exciting good games of Fortnite. I want 1 point to really make the difference between 1st through 5th place all the way down that leaderboard. That's just my wish for the weekend.
And I don't blame you. I don't blame you. We all know, hey, look, you can come in with the strategy all you want. At the end of the day, when the finals lobbies start to take shape, right? When the world starts to take form, the zones start to reveal themselves. These are all going to be factors regardless of how good you are. Here's a team we didn't even get to really talk about who's making an appearance right now. G-Monster is back, and this time he's at the final stage with Sid here. And of course, Bryce. Bryce being that anchor to the trio is going to be the first to go down right now. It's going to come down to his 2 young gunners to go ahead and pick him back up.
Yep, this is the 2 teammates right now. Kanata was formerly on this roster. He said there just simply wasn't enough time for them to get onto his level while he still needs some progress of his own game. So it's interesting. It is going to be down to them. I don't think they're going to go on a wild chase for this solo, so it is going to be a good chance for him to try to survive on the back end of those mountains, but it's also going to be a chance for them to get Bryce back into this game very, very early on, so that way they have a lot of time to loot up, get some resources, and most importantly, the material around the map.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you'll be really happy to get your drop and get your first 2 eliminations just like that. That's damage. Those are, most importantly, points on the board, right? This is not a zero-sum game for them, but let's get on over to the big goat Muzz Rise here. Japco pairing back up. We have this journey for this trio, breaking apart, coming back together, and they're doing it once again here at the Shining Shafts. Now, I gotta say, Muzz clearly one of the greats, right? When it comes down to being overall mechanically gifted, but it has seemed like when it comes down to end games and final settings now, this trio is starting to break away with some consistent performances.
Yeah, and I like that too, because they were one of the teams at the end of day 1 in the last major. They were at the top of the leaderboard. They pulled off some big feats through that game, and I like what they're doing here to start off the day. If you looked at the drop map, everybody claiming their spots. This was supposed to be uncontested, Monster. Muzz, Rise, and Yapko all season long. Very little people going over there. Right out of the gates in game 1, they're able to get an elimination. Yeah, they've lost a player, but that helps them for their early Storm Surge. So now they have a little bit more flexibility going around the map. As we take a look at No Noah plays, Chaos, and Kaz's. Another team, honestly, phenomenal performance just to make it to this stage. They started off at one drop spot. As soon as Kanata qualified out of their group, left Hopeful Heights open, they went all the way back over to their home, and that's how they qualified.
Yeah, we're seeing the story on both sides, right? Just to put a ribbon on it, Muzz, a trio who, of course, picked that first Victory Royale up, and then you jump on over to these other teams who had to fight their way through consistency. Brutal 5 games put up over the group stages. Ryuji, Yusuf, and Phenom, they're going to be pretty happy with this pop-off here. Group 3 team, let's take a look at how it ended up playing out for them. So another contested battle at the Shining Span. Shining Span is really interesting. This is an extremely narrow play style, right? You really can't disengage if you're committing to middle bridge like that. So it really is all or nothing. Jumping on over to the man of the hour, Peterbot. We got to hear directly from him just a couple moments before the FNCS kicked off. Shout out to Faxity and everything he had going on. Peterbot jumped in and he put down his top 7 for this tournament playthrough for the weekend, how finals is going to play out. And he rated himself at number 1. He genuinely does believe he's the best player in the world and the best player and team in this lobby.
And I like that confidence. Some people could say it's overconfidence because you ask some teams and some players, they don't even want to rate themselves sometimes. Maybe they'll just put themselves on top 5 because they don't want to seem just a little bit too confident. Peterbot's one of those players that he not just wants to win. I was talking to him at last year's Global Championship. He wants to dominate. He wants to set records. He wants to build a legacy for himself that can go on years past his time is done in Fortnite. Hopefully not too soon with the way he's been playing, but uncontested means they have a lot of early open space throughout Crime City. Curve, Tyler, Shadow, all the way towards the north. Demon Dojo, a spot that starts off uncontested, but there is a couple teams towards the outside that they like to try to steal away some shots, steal away some of their loot, and they're not having any of that. You see already one elimination being picked up. They're following on the second. That's Hayes, and he's trapped in the box. 1v1 versus Shadow. This is his best chance, Monster, because he gets the knock, and now it comes down to a second 1v1 against Tyler.
Listen, I respect it, but Tyler and Curve are definitely extremely talented. They've been here before. They have a lot of experience starting to officially now rack up under their belt. Some might say this team right here is the next generation. This is the next up-and-coming types of trios that are going to be leading the Fortnite space in the years to come. So this is a big moment for them to go ahead and make sure they make a huge showing here in game number 1. And you know what? Respect to Hayes' team, putting up a strong fight and forcing off Tyler and Curve.
Yeah, and you see their full health as well, so they can kind of re-loot up. They're going to go their separate directions. I expect to see both of those trios fully intact in due time, getting those reboots. Jumping on over to Bucky, Ocus, and Cam. Land on over to that rainbow field right near the black market. They instantly go in there because of one of the chests inside get to the dill bits, so they're instantly the team that gets that mythic drum gun in their inventory, and they give it to Ocus. Ocus is putting up numbers in terms of damage with that drum gun. I believe it's like over 90% of his overall damage in these games comes from that drum gun.
Yeah, that drum gun, man, so good in the hands of Ocus. I mean, we've seen Cam and Ocus just continue to, break ahead of the competition with it. And what's going on here? Bucky just trying to, fish for tags here at the Seaport City. Have to be extremely cautious, though, of course, given that there's another trio to the opposite side. Rapid in Threats also playing high ground here. Booga inside the Seaport City, of course, making sure that he's fishing up all the loot that they're going to need. And this is just the start for game number 1. Take a look at Booga's loadout. For someone who's got the entire city to himself, I'd say the ammunition count could be looking a little sharper, so he's going to continue to spend time farming up here.
Yeah, just kind of consolidate the loot. You can see where the zone is at. Seaport is just on the edge of it, so a lot of those southern eastern teams on the map right now are going to have to figure out a way to rotate in towards zone, whether they beeline it up the eastern side of the coast, maybe even go all the way towards the western side, get around this spot is what they're going to be looking for, because you're going to have not just one, but multiple bases set up here and around the map in general. As we jump on board, Higgs, Clicks, Yamzo at their drop spot, Lone Wolf Lair, and Lone Wolf is one of those drop spots, Monster. It was built in high ground because it is at the edge of the mountain, especially when you look towards the north, the black market, flooded frogs. There is a lot of view that they can look down and see any player rotating through those trees.
This is what makes me really like this draw spot as a pickup for Clix's trio here, given that, again, it is relatively isolated, but it's going to come down to whether or not these teams want to show themselves right below the Lone Wolf. All that natural terrain, all those trees is going to make it a lot harder than maybe some other teams might have fishing for tags, right? So Yamzo, Clix, and Higgs, I wouldn't be surprised if they are still forced into pushing a trio for their surge damage. Jumping over to King, Silic, and Jargu here. We saw a lot of them coming out of the group stages, of course. A team that was no stranger to contested battles and early game fights this time. Seems like the Kappa Factory is completely theirs. However, that's come at the expense, right? Look at King's general builds here in Jargu, right? So it has kind of come at battling other teams, and they're just trying to claw back into the mid game.
Yeah, it's something we talked about throughout different group stages and even off broadcast as well, taking those prolonged early game fights where, yeah, you can start to build up a lot of surge, trading shots, getting a little bit of those heals intact, but it just leaves you so behind the rest of the curve. And that's a team right in front of them that landed towards the Kappa Factory, that prolonged the fight, and they're in a very, very similar as them. So both teams forced to stagger themselves back into zone, try to scrap up anything that is going to be left behind. But a team that I told you I was going to have my eye on, Taki, Ishao, first-time finalists for them. Vert, 15-time finalists. This is redemption for them, missing out very narrowly on the Major 1 finals last season, and they land at the north side of the map, and this is kind of what they do. Where a lot of teams are making their way in towards the black market, they hover around towards the outsides, collecting shots, building up their storm surge, so that way they don't have to worry about it later.
Yeah, gotta find that surge here and now, but Ishu already getting pushed out, kind of out of position here. Lost all of his shields. And unless this team has minis, there's no way he's going to be looking to use these splashes this early. So should be just recuperating there for a second. Meanwhile, on the other side, we got Bolt and Kanata right now. It's not emphasized enough how much history Kanata has been a part of when it comes down to Fortnite competitive landscape. I was going to say the only person 26 out of 26 is Zeke, essentially, because even I myself missed the finals as a commentator. So we're going to put Zeke on the GOAT conversation alongside Kanata there. But Jacob, take a look at the action. It's going down right now.
Yeah, full build fight breaking out here. A little slow to start that one. Gets beat off by Silic and Jargu, but Zeke still there, trying to take a little bit of that pressure off, but his teammates just getting cracked over and over. Luckily, they have the time and the heals to try to keep themselves in fighting shape. And this is one of those fights, I think, for Silic, King, and Jargu, where they do not have a lot of resources. You see bandages. You saw some empty spots before. And this is one of those they might feel like they have to take this fight in order to get, one, Storm Surge, but two, those eliminations, so that way they can get a refresh on their loot.
Already looking to continue to go down. Veer and Dash playing once again a bit passively here, but I'm not really feeling this for Seek, Veer, and Dash, because we have a desperate King, Jargu, and Silic right now, right? They don't have a lot of mats. They're getting extremely close, and they're looking to press this box fight. And you know what happens when you don't have, you know, the material count to go the distance? You put it all on the table, so this is about to be a full-on, probably 50-50 dive here, shortly.
Yeah, basically whoever gets the opening shot on their opponent. And there's actually a huge mismatch in terms of heals, as Veer's trying to lead the charge over the side. Has to be careful not to accidentally jump off the bridge. Seek just hiding underneath. He does have the infiltrator, so he could deal a good amount of damage from far away. And you see in the distance the third party, Bolts, Kanata, Sphinx, they hear the noise, they see the shots, and they're beelining their way over. You see it in the minimap, and there's already one down on the board for Jargu and King. That's Silic they just lost.
Yeah, Kanata gets the fall damage to assist them there on the elimination, and they are fully collapsing right now. Take a look at the nameplates. You just see they are controlling essentially the outer area here. This is a very bold push here, so it tells us Kanata, Bolt, and Sphinx did not get damage in the early game, and they are forcing it now, so they don't end up in a bad situation here for game number one. Seek on the bottom level is going to find the elimination, though, so no points earned just yet, and they did leave the down body there, so that's damage lost too, but hey, they're pretty content with the exchange here, and off they go.
Yeah, I agree with it as well. You see the zone just pulling further and further towards the north. It has a big eastern lean on it as well. They already got a little bit of damage, and since they're bypassing this team, they know eventually the team they left behind is going to have to rotate into their position. So they're going to give themselves options later on. You're seeing how they were able to catch Silic off guard just in the distance. When you make that much noise, it's not as safe as you think. But you're seeing a lot of these fights breaking down. If you're not able to kind of position yourself with the abundance of heals and get those surge tags, these are the risks you're going to have to make.
Talking about risk, Shadow being brought back here at the Magic Mosses and now back into the action curve. Seems like they've caught a little bit of redemption as Hazen Mafia have returned back to take the fight here against them. I would have thought they'd, look at their little dub and call it a day, but no. Looking to reinitiate here is definitely risky for all parties involved. And then on the outskirts, someone's listening and watching just nearby, but wait a second, we got a big battle here for Japco, Muzz, and Rise. Taking down Amplify, so kind of finishing off what they started from earlier in the game. And now that's going to bring them up to 3 eliminations. And there's still what's left of the trio here right above them. Which, Jacob, it doesn't seem like Lords is going to be able to survive. Nope, not for long as the full elimination comes through. And that brings them at 4 elims for game 1 for the boy Muzz, the 3X making a comeback.
Yeah, I think they let one of those players kind of escape early on, got the reboot, and just kind of took them down yet again. And now with Storm Surge active, you're seeing how fruitful it's been for their game so far. 953 above the damage threshold. They have splashes, they have the water sprites, and since they're rotating through their original POI, they're going to have some extra heals that they have left along the way. And with the zone pulling towards the north, I don't believe there's going to be too many teams contesting them until they get there.
Here's the truth of it. With damage like that, they could play dead side all day long. They have a lot of luxury right now to make some huge rotates around the outskirts of the map, take their time and fully cap off on material here, so long as they have maybe even just a singular med miss to bring to the new Storm. This is a perfect scenario for Muzz for game 1. We get to get an update, though, on what's happening here with Sphinx, Bolt, and Kanata. So they are 1,000 damage above. So that elimination, that fight that broke out for them, clearly favorable. But now look what's happening. Veer and crew pushing in a little desperate. We already knew they might have been. And Sphinx, Kanata, and Bolt had basically cut them off, right? They were trying to get ahead of this Storm fight.
And even somewhere, DK out of nowhere gets a knock onto one of them. Veer had to immediately leave to try to go get the revive, while Seek is just creeping around, tries to land a good shot to catch him off guard, but it's not going to be enough damage to continue the all-in push. But you see there's no HP in any of their inventories, Monster. They need elimination. They need the siphon. It's all or nothing. Seek's doing what he can, but he's going to be the first one getting dropped out of this trio. Kanata, Bolt, Sphinx using that to keep themselves alive. The siphon's important, but in comes Dash. Well, out goes Dash as well. Veer being the last one left, and he has no chance at survival. But from one fight to the next, you're seeing how many other teams, there's been 4 teams staggered this deep into zone trying to get their surge.
And they're all lit up. This might be a perfect storm for Kanata's trio. And they get the re-knock onto Silic. This is like farming at this point. And then the cleanup for Kanata onto King. Oh my gosh. Look at the Elim starting to rack up here. This has to be intimidating for the lobby to see the feed lighting up in this way. Jacob, what a start for Kanata's trio. And you know what's the best part about it? People sleep on Kanata's performances coming out of the FNCS. You can look back at his entire history. He has so many appearances well within the top 10, but never, I think, have we seen a game 1 like this.
I feel like that's because Kanata is what they would call in the industry or community a prime time player. He just exceeds all expectations when the main event is on, when the spotlight is on him. I feel like he just gets exponentially better, and there's another example of that. But from all the teams rotating in from the southern to the north, we're going to jump on board Coop, Ree, and Curly, landing at Flooded Frogs. You can kind of see that they're up on that surge. A lot of their plan here was just taking advantage of a lot of the teams that are contested around their actual POIs. We jump on board. Hayes getting taken down. DK was one of the ones that we saw get an elimination early on, or at least it was a knock. He wasn't actually able to clean it up, but now the tables have turned. Cynic's trying to break his way in, and they take down Mafia. They take down Hayes. They send the full trio back to the lobby.
This is pretty incredible stuff. You know, coming into game 1, I expected some early and mid-game upsets, but so far, the big teams, the big names, the ones that we expect, the veterans are doing so well. They're exceeding expectations at this point. And then you have these new up-and-comers here that are looking, I'll make a name for themselves. DK and Cynics Polar doing a great job finding their eliminations that they needed. And talking about those household names, we got Peterbot, Cold, and of course Ritual right here in a bit of a situation. Low ground, not too much damage for what it's worth. And on the other side, you have Muzz, right? We knew they were going to do a dead side rotate, and look, you have the big boys here waiting to catch them out.
Yeah, and this is a mean cutback of the zone right now. Almost all game long, it's been pulling to the north. It's been pulling to the east, and as soon as a few teams try to make it an investment to position themselves on that side, it pulls all the way across. But now it's basically 1v3 situation. Void trying to stay alive. Peterbot, Cold, Ritual pushing their way in, but the third-party shots continue to fire in from Rise, Muzz, and Yapko. With the zone pulling in, as now everybody at this edge of the zone is going to have to make that conscientious decision. Is it worth the fight, or do I rotate? And I think most of the teams in this position are going to have to rotate in because there's just too much damage coming in from that Zorn once it closes.
Peterbot, though, he's got eyes on Rise, and Pixel takes full advantage of it, finds himself 57 damage there. Hey, listen, every ounce counts. The more pressure you can put on your opponents while you're making his rotate, the easier it's going to be for them to make sure that they don't get shot back in return. A couple prestigious splashes being used, but they have to so they can get hot on the move here. And what a clean rotate is starting to turn out to be. I'm surprised there aren't teams that can see them, considering how far they're moving in from. But let's get a little update from Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs, who are fighting for their damage right now. Looks like Booga's team is the one in the distance there in the line of pressure, but Yamzo makes the call to go ahead and start looking to get to the safe zone.
Yeah, and it just seems like their decision to prioritize getting that early Storm Surge over towards Lone Wolf Lair has costed them that ability to kind of go over to Magic Mosses and get the splashes. Vivid broke it down. At one point, they usually have like 30 plus splashes, but more teams rotating by. They get granted the zone here, but the scanner's down. Yamzo, Higgs, Clix are able to see teams nearby, and they're putting the pressure right across. They already got some early damage, and no more teams taking focus. They get the knock. Clix being confident to move in. He's going to grab the body, bring it back, not wanting to get too greedy in this situation.
I like this play right here. Clix's confidence surging up right now, and they get a crucial elimination for material count that they absolutely needed here, but it is probably not going to be enough. They will have to continue to push to go the distance, but you know, one thing's for certain, they pulled zone, and that's going to be a lucky pull for them, no doubt.
It's all about just waiting for that moment here with the zone in your favor. See, Reek, Curly, and Coop, they targeted out the high ground. They took down Vert. Taki followed. Don't know if Ishao went with him, but he's going to be the only hope, because right now we're only in the top 20 with as much action as we've seen so far. 3 more teams need to go down just before placement points even start to come in for here game number 1. You're seeing Storm Surge still dictating a little bit of the lobby, 280 above. You're seeing they're still trying to be proactive. Yusuf, the perfect target, the threading the needle. They get the knock onto one. They continue to fire over in that direction. They're trying to clean it up, but whether they do or not, that's still very, very helpful for their Storm Surge.
We'll take a look at this. Looks who's got the high ground here in Zone 7. Acorn, Aegis, and Boyo. A little early to be committing this much, but hey, when it gets granted to you, you have to take advantage, and it seems like they're trying to do just that. No elims yet on the board for the trio here, but it's going to be an important moment for them to try to capitalize on one here coming soon. They have the damage. They see the mats there. Boyo contemplating if it's worth playing for at this point, but of course not. As things are really starting to settle up here, where's the zone going to pull? This is going to determine a lot. This is a very decent end zone for the game to finish as well, because it's relatively flat, so there's no excuses as far as how you end up playing this one out when you have the advantage. Here it is. It's going to start pulling further south now. Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, just barely above the surge right now, but they have the mats to work with.
Yeah, and they get that final elimination on the Yapko. That trio's down and out, I believe 17th place. But you saw on one side, they already had zone on Acorn's team, but a max pool. And the team that was on the other side, granted that max pool, Booga, Rapid, and Threads, they're immediately looking like they're going to try to build up towards that high ground, at least solidify some position. You see it on the other end, and that's where Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual start to set their focus. They can chop it down early, or at least hinder what they can see. They're going to find success there, and there's the first elimination they were able to grab onto Muzz, and there was the final on that trio as Yapko went down.
That was insane work. They had so much mats as well. really giving Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot the recipe for success here in the endgame. Bolts, Kanata, Sphinx, riding off the momentum of those 7 eliminations still. They haven't picked up anything just yet, but this is going to be all or nothing here now. As Bolts are starting to lead their way ever so closely. Finds himself in some serious danger, though. Now they're all split up from one another. Kanata playing a different angle here to try to buy himself some time, but that wood is a sign of weakness right now. The lobby taking advantage of just it. Sphinx falls on the other side of the wall. Now they're caught between a rock and a hard place here. Trios on both sides take them down. And Bolt's hiding out, not trying to make a sound here. The zone closes on top of him. What a tough spot. He's in here. An elimination and a follow-up. And hey, you know what? He's got plenty of points earned there in a 13th place spot as his game comes to an end.
What a find for Bolts. At least grabbing a couple more points in the back pocket before he finally went down. But Booga threats and Rapid. They had an opportunity to high ground and not turn back, but down goes Peterbot. Cold trying to be a hero, even bait the top of that cover, letting Ritual try to get the revive. He's the one trying to deal with the pressure all around. That's Clicks, that's Higgs, the Yamzo down below, but they're not taking the risk just yet, which means Peterbot is now back in the game, and with the overabundance of heals that they had, you know he's going to be full health.
Crazy Clix's trio came out unscathed in that entire exchange. Yamzo Higgs extremely healthy right now. Look at this, whittling the tank zone to play the front side and clear the low ground. Of course, the med miss here is going to be a target on them. However, they have the metal mat secured here, so a lot of time for the base to build as well. They are completely fortified on the front side of low ground. Meanwhile, Boyo, Acorn, Ager is a completely different strategy. Still contemplating a high ground game 1 win right now with no mats. This is bold, to say the least, for the NA trio. But look, they're doing the same. The textbook, playing the zone with the med miss here, but Booga's trio knows better than to let this team get comfortable.
Yeah, they saw that giveaway was that med miss smoke, and Booga threats Rapid. All 3 of them turned around, trying to put pressure, so they had no chance to move forward and take that high ground. From below, though, Cooper, Curly just gliding to the front side of the zone, taking space where they can, but they're dangerously low on those materials. One fight, one clash could be the end of this team, but that's exactly what they're looking for, trying to catch somebody off guard. As Angers toward the backside of zone, staggering yet again, even with a body found. Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, they're not able to clean it up. So they're going to have to continue moving forward in this zone, but it's noisy, it's Creon, it's Tony. They're the ones that got a little bit of that focus, but he quickly slows down, but he backtracks. Peterbot once again, dropped down to 9 HP. They're trying to bulldoze their way into the box, but a ring around the rosy opportunity before he goes down to Reed.
Gotta give him the game sense there. That play was incredible, but again, Reed just a little healthier, was able to trade it off. And now it's down to Ritual and Cold once again here. Ritual leading the rotates, but they're out of material. They go in together and find a huge refresh here. More points, top 7, fighting for top 5. Cold knocked out, completely finished here now. Booga still on high ground, working his way down ever so slightly here. Looking for a refresh here. Game 1 is starting to set up for threats, Rapid and Booga now, and the Elans are starting to add up as well. Down goes the Yamzo too, and it looks like there is no full trios left in this game.
Yeah, they even have the backup win condition with the double med miss in the back pocket. For now, they just need to look down, continue putting pressure. They have all the ammo, but you're seeing the chaos that everybody's going through. Curly with a down onto visuals. Even with the cleanup, it's the Siphon that's keeping them alive here. And with a little bit of Siphon mats as well, they're able to take some position on the front side of zone, but they lose Cooper along the way. Quick backtrack. They're trying to grab him in the box, but another trio on the other side. I don't think they see it going down. They don't see the revive, which means they're going to be able to get him back up.
But everyone's so damaged. Finally, Polar manages to get a little bit of footing, but look at this. Reet back up alongside Cooper and Curly. They're on the low ground. They're fishing for eliminations. They find one. The pressure from the high ground starting to come down. Booga's watching it play out, but Reet still fighting for the points here in the final moments. But we're just inside of top 3. Who else is lurking about is the real question now. It's Polar still running circles, running laps here. But meanwhile, Booga threats and Rapid looking to set up this game 1 victory at 11 eliminations to be here shortly. Threats finds Coop, and then the finish onto Ree, and a big victory royale is set in stone.
Hey, from zone to zone, they have made it work. There was even a moment in that game where I saw on the feed Rapid may have gone down, but they picked him back up. And in the late game, Monster, when every other team was getting max pulls, it pulled on over to their side. They built up for high ground, and they did not look back. Nobody was able to challenge him up there for it.
That was crazy, but look, one thing's for certain, this is a finals game. You can really feel the weight and the skill of the lobby. Such high-level play coming out of game number 1 is nothing short of impressive for a team like Bugha, Rapid, and Threats to kick this one off and get a victory royale. And here's why you can never count them out, right? Bugha's team had the damage they needed. They rode that through and then took it all the way to a win there, Jacob.
Yeah, that's 11 eliminations, even though they had the heals in the back pocket for a backup win condition that they did not need at all. They had 11 eliminations. I might be too soon to say this, but this might be a new era. This might be a Threats era with the way he's been playing Monster.
And who would have called that one, right? The conversation was set up from the beginning, but Zeke, get us the update here. What a game.
Bugha won game 1. Bugha won game 1. What's happening? Oh my God. Is this the World Cup? Bugha won game 1.
Are you good? Zeke, you there?
I forgot to bring.
Yeah. No, honestly, I think that a lot of people, especially after watching the scrim games, expected a lot out of Threats, Bugha, and Rapid. And this is a trio, or let's just talk about Bugha as a whole. We always, for whatever reason, kind of toss Bugha aside. We always think, oh, well, now he's a washed up. It's not the World Cup anymore. That was 6 years ago. And every single time he proves people wrong. He has been one of the most consistent players that we have seen in the last 5 to 6 years. And them holding high ground so efficiently, Vivid, is something that other players are going to have to VOD review because they have a strat that other people aren't able to unlock.
Yeah, I think it's about time that I make myself a little bit of a soundbite, right? Because I feel like I've said this exact same sentence for the past like 7 seasons when we're talking about Bugha. But he's just always like just quiet throughout the season, and then just like the week leading up to finals, and then it's like Bugha. Boom, the Bugha effect always ends up coming to fruition in the sense that he just always ends up turning up whenever finals is within the conversation or within reach, like Kelly mentioned, during the scrim games during the week, winning all of those games, playing for the high ground right there. Let me tell you something, that win right there, I mean, holy moly, the amount of pressure that they were able to apply to the rest of the lobby whilst almost receiving none. This is so NA-esque, right? Sometimes some of these teams, you just get it for free sometimes, it seems, right? Like nobody really wants to play for it. It's kind of like opportunistic play style for the high ground on NA sometimes. But yeah, I mean, Bugha, Threats, and Rapid taking full advantage of that.
I just cannot believe from zone 8 they had height and it just never stopped. Bugha won game 1 of Major 2 finals with 11 eliminations. That is a statement of a game. Other trios had a little bit of a rougher time in that game. Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. At one point, we kind of tuned into them, and they were 300 above, right? And you're kind of thinking like, yeah, okay, that's fine. We kind of need to make some stuff happen. But then randomly, like, Peterbot goes down. They have to kind of like double revive him. And then literally from that point forward, it's just shambles.
You know, he had everything ready to go for him. That Mythic Hollow Twister on Peterbot, what they get from the Rift Island there on top of the medallion. It looked like this was kind of their game to win. They had such good early aggression, but just kind of staying in the back of zone, allowing everyone else to get the eliminations in the front of zone, which is where they kind of stand strong, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual just doing a really good job this game and making sure they actually made it into the end game, right? They were in such a good position. All their mats were looking really, really well. And it's kind of like one of those games that we saw last finals where it's like they looked like they could win this game. And then all of a sudden, right, you tune back in with them like 2 minutes later and everything is just falling apart somehow. Regardless, in saying that, right, still breaking into the top 10, picking up a couple eliminations, even a clutch out of the duo of Ritual and Cold towards the end here to pick up a couple more points. Still a pretty decent game for the trio as a whole, but again, one of those games where I feel like it kind of fell apart very, very quickly.
Oh no, that final elim onto Higgs from Ritual. You know that if you're going to be a solo, especially as a solo for support for Ritual, he wants to make sure that he is getting those points needed for Cold and Peterbot. That question of can Ritual hold his own is no longer going to be asked, because that right there shows that even as a solo, he can do it.
I just can't believe. I'm still just in shock. Pollo in that game, kind of a similar situation. What I really liked about Pollo, Acorn, and Agers was at one point when we tuned in with them, they're sitting there tanking the backside of zone are
Yeah.
like Storm. They're tanking Storm in the backside of zone, right, to try and use that to gain advantage, which was kind of like an insane strategy.
Yeah, taking Storm is something that Acorn, Poyo, and Agers are used to, but usually it's a little bit earlier on in the game. Agers, though, yeah, there was a moment where I think that they were trying to see how height was going, and so that they stayed in the back of zone. They waited for Bugha's team to kind of get a little bit further away and not pay attention to them, but the opportunity to take height just wasn't there, and so I do appreciate the fact that they kind of forgoed that strategy and instead just stuck to the low ground. But by that point, you have Muzz's trio on low ground, or you have Peterbot's trio on low ground, you have Higgs trio on low ground. Like, there's only so much that you can do as far as the aggression goes, especially when that low ground is already established. So Vivid, I don't know about you, I think when we saw them kind of tanking Storm at zone 10, that they were looking to go for height.
Yeah, I definitely could, kind of see that being in fruition, especially some of the plays that we saw throughout the group stages. Some other teams kind of making plays like that would be no surprise right there. The only problem with those Med-Miz smoke grenades, though, is that it's very, very obvious when a team is using them, right? You see a giant green smoke and storm, you're like, I wonder what's happening over there. So you do kind of draw the attention of not only the high ground team, who of course is looking for something like that to defend it, but then also some of the low ground teams, which is when we saw them try to rotate in, right? They were just on the backside of the zone for the rest of the game, which is why we usually like to favor some of the teams that actually play for that front side of the movie zone, because it does give you the opportunity to kind of look back. And I know that, Kelly wants to talk about the trio that did such a good job of doing that this game. Clix' trio, of course.
Yeah, it's so funny. We were just watching the game. You could hear Vivid in the background be like, Kelly, look, and there they are in the front side of zone. In fact, actually, they were taking Storm, but in the front side of zone, and that's something Iamza likes to do, and Higgs as well, that they'll kind of go out into Storm in the front side of zone, lay down all of these builds so that everyone else that's kind of encroaching onto their territory has to play by their rules. They've already set up the front of zone for them, so they can kind of just make all these like quick edits around them while everyone else is playing in their area.
Yeah, and no surprise to kind of tune into this trio right here. See that they're like 400 above Dorian 7th zone with 0 eliminations. We were kind of flipping through some of the teams throughout that game, right? We saw like Kanada's trio was very, very high up on the threshold, even though, but they had eliminations, whereas this trio seemingly had none going into the 7th zone. But that's no surprise, right? Because we take a look at their drop spot situation. They're pretty much surrounded by like 4 or 5 contested drop spots. So it'd be very, very easy and opportunistic for this trio to kind of take advantage of some of those situations to make sure that they stay ahead of the Storm Surge threshold throughout 12 games this weekend. But yeah, I mean, such a good job by this trio to go ahead and use their Med-Miz, tank the zone, go ahead and find themselves a favorable position. Just look back on all the trios trying to rotate towards them, some free shots, some free eliminations. Good game from them.
I just love the different strategies coming out of these trios, right? Especially in a finals lobby where pressure's on. The lobby is that much harder, and we still have trios just sending these strategies. I love it. We got to see a little bit of Kanata, Bolt, and Sphinx in that last lobby as well. I know, Vivid, take it away.
It looked so good, right? Like I was like, we tuned into them and they're like just in the storm fighting third party in this. They had so many eliminations. I mean, look at this, right? They're going into the end game with 7 eliminations, all of which they got on the rotate. And then I was like, they've got less mats than they do eliminations. That's probably not a good thing when we get to the end game. But of course, Kanata coming up with those strategies, finding the fights, kept his trio well above the threshold. But yeah, I kind of got to bring this up, Kelly. Over on EU, 6 of 6, right? North zones. And I couldn't help but notice the first game over here on NA, going against Kanata's trio here, also going all the way up to the north.
Whoa. First of all, we all know that Zeke's the one that controls the zones, okay? So don't be putting that on me. Zeke, what do you have to say for yourself?
I plead the fifth is what I have to say for myself. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know where the zone went. I wasn't paying attention. Probably should go check that code. I like to make mistakes with the code. Man, game number 1 of finals does not disappoint. What did you guys see out of game 1 that you felt like, man, we maybe are hoping to see more of, maybe less of? What do you guys think?
I saw Reet eliminate Peterbot, and I want to see more of that.
Yeah, we tuned in, right, to Reet, and he was popping off in the end game, and I was like, oh, Kelly, who's on the screen right now? She was like, Reet! Very, very good stuff there, right? See them kind of popping off. Polar's trio, though, right? One of those trios that we were kind of talking about had an incredible performance in the group stages. Also managed to pick up a couple of highlights and did pretty well in that game. Go ahead and see where they are on leaderboard. They are in 4th place right now, right there with the team that got 3rd with 6 eliminations.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this trio. This trio, out of the 3 of them, only has 1 FNCS appearance, and that's from Decay there. So definitely a newer trio. They were able to get a victory royale in the group stages. So obviously they have a lot of potential. And once again, I'm going to say it, I really hope that they stick together for Major 3. I love to see kind of the evolution of these trios, especially when synergy develops from Major to Major. I think that this trio has a lot of potential.
You talk about trios of potential. I mean, Noisy, Creon, Tony, right now, 3rd place, 6th. They ended 6th in that game with 11 eliminations. We are going crazy in these finals. And I know what you want to see. You want to see more Fortnite action. It's okay. We'll talk more after this game. But for now, let's kick it on over to game number 2.
Things are heating up quickly, Monster, and it's going to be insane if a trend continues this way throughout all 12 games. Booga, Threats, Rapid win game number 1 and give themselves a little bit of a cushion.
Yeah, and I got to see the Dwarf Dad himself watching his son compete. The live reaction, he's so excited. But you know what? He's got the winner's mentality. He says, let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is just the start. Let's see what happens now, though, as game number 2's cooking up. It's a Major 2 finals, Jacob, and it's really starting to feel like it right now as Booga, the icon, the man himself, really sets the stage here. And you know what? He took it by storm. But big names appearing up there, right? I don't think that game ended the way the critics may have expected. Reek, Cooper, and Curly showing up, and then Noisy, Creon, and Tony coming up out of nowhere. What a way to kick that one off.
Yeah, you even had Cynics, Polar, and DK 3rd place, like Kelly said, with 6 eliminations. Just going to show, hey, it's not going to be as easy of a game or a tournament as anybody would think, especially early on. Seeing Muzz, Yapko, Rise, seemingly like they were contested in game number 1. Things already switching up, and it starts here with those drop spots.
Gotta love this drop spot here. Muzz, Rise, and Japco may have just earned their drop to themselves after taking down the last team that decided to contest them here in the early game. And as great as a game that Japco, Muzz, and Rise had, they did end up unfortunately crossing paths with the hands of Peterbot in that early kind of end game situation that was starting to play out. But jumping on over to Sandalit. Xanda and Evan here, seems like they end up winning their drop as well. Full on 50-50 down to Zipline. And yeah, Xanda's pretty excited about that. He's gonna hit us a little emote to go ahead and celebrate the pickup and the return of Evan here. Let's put him back in the game.
Kind of 1-1. 1-1 if we're keeping record between G-Money, OSID, and Bryce
counting
at this drop spot. I mean, I'm going to be counting. I think the chat, we count. I think everybody's going to be counting to see who, honestly, when it comes to tomorrow, if you're losing, let's just say like a 5-0, 4-0, something like that, it starts to put those doubts in your mind. Do I switch drop spots? Do I go away from something I practice? And this is one of those volatile spots in general. You can see it's just a straight 50-50 for that spot. Dive straight down in. First to pick up the loot. Good luck to you.
Yeah, and that is true, though. You know, 1-1 now, it does make you wonder, and it kind of just brings me back to Noah Plays, right? In his group stage, he took full advantage of, you know, putting his ego aside and then playing the best strategy that he believed was going to, you know, help him and his team succeed. Getting on into here and talk about Noah, I'm actually curious if things are still going contested at the Magic Mosses, but here's our game 1 winners, Booga, Threats, and Rapid, their early game strategy. We all get to get little visuals here on, you know, again, what makes them succeed. It's that full drop spot to themselves, right? There's nothing like having a named POI to yourself, and then one that, of course, has so much potential in teams kind of in the vicinity that have to rotate through. But here we have the Big Aviv.
Big Cheese, Skittles, and Chimp. Hey, I feel like, what was it, Chapter 4 maybe when it was Chimp and Spade and duos. They were one of those duos that were so consistent the entire year, flying under the radar. And this is one of those teams. In terms of consistency, they have their moments, but when you look at the Div finals, they're always there. If you look at the groups, they performed. When you look at the finals of majors, they're there. And this is one of those teams to where when they're hot monster, they're probably one of the top 5 teams. You can see them qualifying for the global championship, but when they're not and they have those inconsistencies, it not only sets down to our minds as the casters and the analysts, but it starts to set doubts into their minds as well. So let's see if they can, you know, continue day number 1. Doesn't necessarily have to be first place, but if they can continue to build that confidence, they're going to be somebody I'm looking at to be a threat for day 2.
Yeah, they're undoubtedly a top 10 team, right? Depending just on how things go for them. Kinch Analytics ran that, what was it, 10,000 game simulation, and they were one of the few teams up clearly towards the top that have a true percentage chance to go ahead and, you know, outperform, right, your average trio kind of in this lobby, which I find to be extremely interesting because they are vets, right, and they deserve that level of respect. Talking about respect, you have, of course, Ree and his trio, and then you have Peterbot kind of going into a little bit of a toe-to-toe here against a Minish right now. He's at a slight disadvantage having a low ground, but this is just baiting out a Minish, right? He's just asking him to peek. Meanwhile, Cold kind of playing side angles, looking for his own fishing for tags.
Yeah, and you can see not necessarily focused on having that mobility. They have the full POI, like you're saying. They know exactly where that's going to be sitting at, but a sneak attack on the other side from Donnie, Joji. They catch Silic off guard, and even with the knock, they're just kind of making sure they get max damage with that pump. They're going to go ahead and get a couple of shots, use the water sprite, heal him up. And these are the kind of tricks that when you talk about saving it into a big moment like finals, this is it right here. That's not going to be like a ton of extra damage, like 500-600, but those could be the difference makers between being above and below Surge during one of the hardest parts of the game.
And that's the most important thing, getting those critical moments that are going to separate you from the pack. Very few and in between opportunities like that will come across it, but hey, we love ourselves a good ambush, especially when it's caught on broadcast. But look at this right here. We didn't really get to see too much of Polis in game 1. It seems like now he's looking to turn the script around as they have 4 eliminations. Let's see how this ends up playing out. Oh, Jaxie, just quick on the draw there. He's going to find himself a nice elimination onto Cyrus.
Seemed a little overzealous by himself on the other edge of that mountain. And depending on if they were kind of risky enough to get the reboot card early, it just kind of looks like they're hunkered down, gonna wait over there at the edge of the mountain on that reboot card and said, Napzire, hey, if you guys want to get your trio back into the game, you're gonna have to go through us to do it. Otherwise, you guys can sit on the mountain for as long as you want. And you're kind of seeing a lot of that proactivity going down around to the Nabi. Sphinx, Kanata, and Bolts moving up from Hopeful Heights, not too far away from their current drop spot here. But with a lot of the other teams around this edge of the map, just trying to push down towards the south to try to get their Surge. These are the kind of situations you end up. It's not always a Surge base.
Still, what a game for Sphinx, Kanata, and Bolts. Picking up all those early game eliminations, set them up in the conversation for a near top 10 overall performance. If they would have just gotten a small bit of placement points, they'd easily be up in the top 5, but all good. Sure, they won't be making that same mistake, and looks like they got their work cut out for them. They're going to end up opening the shots here first. I'm curious, do you think the confidence coming out of game 1 now is going to set them up to want to fight these teams a little bit more aggressively? Maybe look to initiate the full fight and finish it.
I do think it plays a huge role in terms of at least approaching the opportunity, because they're not going to put themselves in a bad situation. So if they don't get the green light to push, they're not going to push. But yes, I do think they're going to get more and more confident after that game number 1 to take space, to take the mountains, you know, the better Surge spots that you see going down around the map. As we jump on board, Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo, not straying away from the strategy that they really developed through the last Divisional Cup. As Napzire, Cyrus, they were able to get the reboot back. They challenged on the other side, but they run into a whole nother team. That's Noisy, that's Creon and Tony, and they're trying to approach this fight from multiple directions. Damage still going in. Zyre just dropped down to just a sliver of HP, but he's trying to survive the best that he can, but the pressure is just too much. 2 more players able to continue to push him down and take all that space away. Creon being relentless here for this situation, trying to approach different angles to close out the flexibility that they might feel they have on the other side.
crazy to see that they haven't taken any damage, by the way, up until this moment. As I'm starting to speak about it, Tony punish Force on the back, but Noisy as well, but the shots fire back, and that's one thing pros do very, very well, is they won't give up just because they get a little exchange going. Meanwhile, Creon, the healthiest on the team, seals the deal here onto Cyrus's trio. Now, do keep in mind, this is coming off the back of a reboot, right? So Cyrus's team has had a very difficult game too, and even after jumping back in and almost having an opportunity after getting pushed out by Jackson Polis's team there, they still end up getting taken down, this time to the hands of Tony, who, by the way, now officially put themselves up in the race for a top 3.
Yeah, even though you can't necessarily win the tournament today, it is going to be 12 games separated between day 1 and day 2. You want to go ahead and put yourself as close to the top of the leaderboard as possible, so that way you're not fighting against a huge point deficit as the tournament does continue. See Agers just trying to consolidate a lot of the loot on top of the mountain. Going right back down. You see that he has double mobility in his inventory instead of a shotgun. The reason why is because when he does kind of loot up far away, he needed to be able to close that distance faster to make it back into his teammates. And obviously giving them options. But the zone continued to pull further and further towards the north. They're going to have to get out of that tower and start to rotate in before all the other teams beat him to the punch.
Yeah, and you can see those teams starting to encourage ever so closely there as Cam and Bucky is kind of lurking about in the shadows there. Talking about the trio, we get to see it from their perspective. Little lit up here, but not completely out the fight just yet. Waiting for opportunity to kind of open up and avail itself. Boyo still watching from the tree next door.
This is kind of the result, the other edge of you seeing, you know, Threats and Rapid and their surge towers outside of Seaport. And this is exactly the opportunities that they're looking for. A team like Bucky, Cam, and Okus rotating on the low ground with a far pooled zone. And as soon as they peek out of these boxes, they're going to continue to fire down. And then you mentioned yourself, Poyo, Aegis, and Acorn, who just did the exact same thing. Poyo just got there. That tower did not spawn there itself. He immediately invested the materials, trying to take advantage of everybody that still needs to rotate on this side of the zone overall.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to hold him out for quite some time. We'll see how that ends up playing out. And I'm sure, you know, they have the game awareness. They know more or less what team this is, right? And who they're picking a fight with right now. But Aoxy, Pikes, and Jojo Fishy, once again, we get to tune in with them. They're deep in the storm right now. I wonder what their situation is like. They're moving towards Outlaw Oasis, looking to kind of wrap around the map right now.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was probably trying to hit that geyser and get up over the mountain, maybe throw the Menmis smoke right before they take off. And this is just going to allow them to obviously save their kneecapper strength and then be able to kind of close the distance as fast as possible, because it does get you a little bit higher than a launch pad as well. But now we go on over to the north side of the map overall, just above Magic Moss's POY, Ishao, Taki, and Vert. I said they're one of those teams when, especially when these north zones, they stay on this side of the map. They slowly but surely float around. They get their surge. And they kind of play a careful game overall. You see Vert just getting a little bit too close to enemy territory for his liking. He's just going to regroup with his teammates here.
Got to stay active right now. This game may have picked up the pace a lot faster than game number 1. However, we all know things are going to start to get real congested here soon. We start approaching the mid game right now. For Taki, Ishu, and Vert, they've got what looks to be a couple different angles at play here. Vert's on the low ground, taking all the risk of kind of securing what he could here for the meantime. Jumping in with Curve, Tyler, and Shadow right now. Underneath the base of Visual, Braids, and Aminish.
Just a quick little chop, trying to get them to shoot back. Expose themselves any way that they can. And you can see they have like a ton of ammo. They can fire off, be in this position for as long as they want. But as the zone continues to rotate in this direction, you're going to soon find out how congested it actually is. And you're seeing
like
shadows just in...
out.
Yeah, exactly. And Shadow's kind of doing the same thing in the bush on the other side by himself.
I like the thought process behind it. They're like, hey, yeah, we could chop him and force him to overbuild. Let's see if we can, you know, just kind of fish him out. Hey, come down, fix that structure. Right, give us some fresh balls to spray for a second there. You got to respect the attempt. Meanwhile, Cynics Decay Polar, just a little update here, playing for the Islands, trying to get a hold of that medallion here that, of course, the boss will end up spawning in.
225 above the damage threshold. Because of that, they're able to kind of take some time away from making it a focal point. Try to approach the boss at the top. It does drop a Chug Jug, so that's going to be helpful. And then the medallion that you see some teams take, some teams do leave it behind. And since the zone is pulling all the way from the eastern side of the map to the west now, that's going to give them a little bit of opportunities here for Surge, but it depends on how proactive the other teams were at in order to rotate first.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anyone nearby, so I'll have a pretty decent time here, surely. Unfortunately, Decay taking that unnecessary damage there, really setting him back.
Yeah, it's really going to be on Cynics to get a lot of that Surge. He's facing the front side of the zone. Going to see how it plays out for them. Have they been able to accumulate enough? As we got another North zone here in this game, back-to-back here on the day so far. And you're seeing some teams faring very, very well for that Storm Surge early on. 365 above for Boken, 20, and Liam. Just waiting on the edge, seeing where the next zone appears in the next couple of seconds. And if it does pull far, I want to see them rotate quick. Be one of the first teams at the end. Brutal Boxcars is now at the edge of that next zone. So if you position yourself on the south side, you're going to be battling against that mountain range at the other edge. So you got to be very, very careful. And you got to keep it in the back of your head, Monster, because the zone does continue to pull that way for the rest of the game. It is going to be a roller coaster of emotions for a lot of these trios.
Yeah, and they're recognizing they got to make a quick move here. They don't want to be caught between the teams setting up early and, of course, the one that they were fighting on the edge of zone. Even opting to go ahead and leave the water sprite behind. So they're just like, hey, you know what? There's things out of charges. We can't even stay here to get full health. Like, we just got to go. Really showing you how important it is to get positioning on the map. Look at this. It's not all sunshine and rainbows for some teams. They are in a struggle to maintain consistency here. And they are well below the damage. Cirque and crew kind of seeing what's happening here. I was going to say, they'd be wrong to not take advantage of a team right now who's sitting on those splashes, and in they go. Definitely have kind of read the field correctly, if you will.
Best case scenario, because I do believe they were attempting to get Surge, but with a lot of teams having already rotated out of this position, they weren't able to find enough, put them below the threshold, and they kind of had to push the first team that they saw and know exactly how that happened. As we jump on board Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, not as aggressive as they typically are. A little bit of a different change here. They're focusing on just mainly getting that Surge, because if you look back to Major 1, some of the games where they did the poorest in terms of getting the points, which made it that narrow of a loss for them getting second place, it was because they were down on Surge. They were forced to fights they didn't necessarily want to take, and it put them in a bad spot. Now they're just trying to take more control over their destiny. Peterbot emerging as the IGL for this team, and so far it's working out for them here in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, you can tell it's very much intentional, right? They've been kind of trailing these trios here inside the storm right now, not looking to overcommit, but instead, of course, play to their advantage right now for damage. Mafia Haze and enough, though, find themselves below the Surge and dead center zone, so it's great, but it's bad at the same time. They're gonna have to be forced to take this fight. It's up against, again, a team we've been keeping a lot of attention towards. Ishu and Taki Vert here, of course, and now the Surge is active, though, Jacob, so there's no time to waste here for this trio.
Yeah, and it does seem they're just trying to jump back. Craze, aka Prom, entered the mix on the other side. That's a whole different team. And Hayes, while he's healing up, he's trusting his teammates to try to get that damage. 122 below. The men miss smoke is a must at this time as they continue to fire shots across. That's Donnie and Joji that now entering the mix, but Storm Surge active every 7 seconds. 25 damage gets taken off, and they're falling further and further below from 122 to 129, now to 149 damage below the threshold. For now, they're hoping that they have enough resources to out-heal it, but even if they do, I don't agree with that plan.
Yeah, you know, it's just one of those things where they kind of went for it. They recognized, wait a second, this team's kind of nasty with it, and they backed themselves off for the full heal to reset here, but they need to get in there. They're running out of moments. They're running out of time here now, as they're only 63 below. They fish for a little bit of damage, and up falls down, and that's going to be a huge 100 tag, but Hayes, unfortunately, will be forced back once again. And then things update here. And he is still below, even after all that. And in the process, he's lost a couple of his teammates here.
It's almost like a heartbreaking situation. Two teammates sacrificed themselves trying to get damage. You saw it for a moment, 39 above, and instantly went over 100 below. 6 zone here, Monster. This needs to go down to about 54 players before Storm Surge deactivates. And now we're in the 7th zone. It needs to go down to 42 players. That is insane.
Yeah, it's very clear that there are a lot of players alive right now in this mid game here, but look at what's happening now. We're starting to take shape. No Kanata on this trio right now, so Bolts and Sphinx clearly have had a much different kind of turn of events here. Let's not forget, they struggled to earn placement points last time. It's going to be even harder to do so now with a man down, but hey, at least Kanata gets to sit back and be kind of the coach in the ear for the trio. Meanwhile, Cam finally gets traded off here. Peterbot's had enough of kind of tailing behind Team Bucky. They end up full collapsing here now. And that's how they find a full team wipe. And now kind of poised up to rotate to the new zone.
Yeah, similar rotation, but you see 200 below. Sphinx is down. It does look like he is going to try to get a revive. He has about the timer at the bottom right, 48 seconds before Storm Surge activates and they start to take damage. So it's a now or never opportunity for them. But you're seeing just moments ago, they were even further below that threshold before Bolts was able to find that key elimination. And with the zone moving, it's going to get exponentially harder for Bolts and Sphinx to find the damage that they need.
Kind of looking like a repeat of the last game. Another Magic Mosses-esque zone finish right now. Aegis, Foyo, and Acorn. Another high ground play coming out of zone 7. This time a lot different. Aegis actually picks up a refresh, but no, couldn't jump down as there was a player already there. It looked like Threats might have been the one to go ahead and pick up the loot there. But at least they're finding their elims right now. They're trying to get situated. These elims picking up themselves HP-wise as they're getting the siphon granted to them. But you saw there, no minis, no big shields. Very desperate situation overall, even for a team on height right now. Threats, Rapid, and Booga have the zone to themselves now. They'll be one of the first to make this rotate. Ritual, Peterbot, and Cold have gone for it, though. Sizing up high ground as well. This is starting to get exciting.
Yeah, and they're on the front side of the zone as well. Acorn, Poyo, Agers, they have a sense of being able to take the high ground. It's all about who plays this one right as it does open up. Storm Surge activating on some of these teams that are down below. It's not enough being in the chaos that is the low ground, just having to fight with Storm Surge, dealing damage as Poyo finds an opportunity, gets the knock onto 20. Whether they're down or Surge or not, that's one less teammate that you have to rely on. And they drop down for the loot overall. Broken 20, both of them go down. That full trio is out. It's a sacrifice for Poyo, Acorn, Agers, giving up the high ground to try to refresh their materials.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in, right? Like, you got to make the rotate. You don't have the mass to hold the height, but then you're like, where's that body? Like, we just got that elim. Where is the loot? And it looks like they're not going to be able to actually secure it here now. And of course, Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold no better than to leave up this free terrain here. They're clearing the landscape, and now they have all eyes on the entire field. Boyo, he's going to fall there to the hands of Sam on the rotate right now, and Peterbot is just starting to get cooking here. This is looking like it's going to be a pretty big game for this team up top, but hold up, Ager is still down low, getting active right now.
Yeah, just a crevice, the small side of the zone, but they get pre-pieced on, taken down. That's Ishao. Now it's Acorn stuck behind. He gets taken down as well. 2 names checked off the list, and the Major 1 champions out of the game early here for game number 2. Not even half of the placement points have been garnered throughout that run as Threats, Rapid, Booga. Those are game 1 Victory Royale winners, and they're poised right now to have a great position, but the battle for high ground breaks out. Aminish, Visuals, Braze, they're ready to take the challenge. Peterbot, Cold, Ritual. They do a good job of defending once, but how long can they defend this with only 14 builds left, especially with a big shot being fired? Visuals, Braids, and Minutes, they do not use as a chance to try to go and break into get the elimination. They're just going to back down. They have enough materials. If they play this one perfect, they could retake high ground in a few moments.
One of those situations where high ground kind of puffs out their chest and you're not sure if you can call the bluff or not. High ground does not have the mats, but they don't have that information. They don't know. So they make the safety call to go down. Meanwhile, Clicks, Higgs, and Iamto have not left the low ground. They have been battling their way through the front side this entire time, and they're trying to find themselves another big refresh here as well. And you can just see such a different strategy at play here from the 2 teams on your screen.
Yeah, one of them's just taking all the space on the low ground, even if it means going outside of the storm. And as soon as they get there, they know that a fight is around any one of these corners, and they prepare for it. Clicks finally figured out a way to catch up above. They have not looked down at that opportunity, just pressuring everybody on the front side of the zone. At the bare minimum, they're just trying to drop them into each other's hands, and now we're going open over land right now. There's a bridge, and there's a whole crevice underneath teams are trying to dive into.
Clicks just took down Rito, and he finds himself still somehow below the surge, and it actually turns on.
Oh, no.
I can't believe it's active in Zone 10 right now. This is incredible stuff. At least it turns off for a second, but it already did its work. It did its damage. Take a look at what happened up top, though. Peterbot tries to get active. He had to because he didn't have the mats, and he's found himself down to the hands of Threats, but the payback is good for Ritual and Cold. Once again, running it up here, finding themselves in this end game, earning their trio more and more points.
Hey, Kelly said it, Vivid said it. It's not necessarily be about the star players on the team. Sometimes it's about the support, and Ritual is doing his job right. He has Cold by his side, Curly, Cooper down below. A little bit of chaos, tried to force to break out of the wall, taking some damage, but it's worth the sacrifice, but now he's just cut off. Curb on the other side, tries to break his way in, and the teamwork makes the dream work. Curb, out of nowhere, gets the elimination onto Curve, keeping them moving at this side of the zone. This is where they have space. This is where it's going to open up.
And it couldn't have gone better right there. He got the siphon, but unfortunately it wasn't enough help to keep him in the game. He's going to end up getting dropped by a huge shotgun shot. But look at what's unfolding here. Cold and Ritual are continuing to make chaos unfold here on the field. Cold jumps down to get these very important mats here, and Ritual finds another one as well. What is going on? Normally, the conversation is so different, but Ritual is in peak form here. On the low ground, it's a 2v2 now. Who would have thought we'd be casting some duos?
Visuals and Braids, a long-time duo. Now here, ready to try to take game number 1, but they're going against Cold. They're going against Ritual. 2 different mythic weapons in the inventory of Cold. The only blessing that they do have from down below is the lack of resources. When he drops down to the backside of the zone, Cold lands a good shot, opening up that opportunity. Ritual just trying to keep pace up above. There goes Visuals. He's down. There goes Braids as well. Cold and Ritual pull off the clutch to keep them alive in game 1 and take it by storm.
And it wasn't just the first one, it was the second as well. The second time now, Ritual and Cold find themselves saying, you know what, Peterbot, you did a lot for us all year long. Give us a little moment to shine here. And they are doing exactly what we expect a top tier team to do, and that is perform when it matters. But a game 2 victory in the books here is huge. And look at how they utilize Peterbot. They say, hey, just send yourself out there, get loose on the field, create chaos for us, and then they capitalize from height.
Yeah, with the mythic drum gun up above, they're just trying to put pressure, make sure nobody can survive, even if they get the eliminations or not. And there goes Cold, opening up it from the flank, getting that first shot, to just leading the charge on the other side, taking them both down. Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot. Game number 2, they pull off a big win and rise up that leaderboard. Zeke, what do you think of that action?
Whoa. Cold. Listen. Whoa. Are you guys feeling that? Are you guys feeling that cold? Just casually
Brr.
jumping around with 4 builds, just perfectly like navigating the zone, running on a single metal wall, and then utilizing that structure to block the shot on the other end. Cold, you know, I got nothing to say, Cold. Bye. You guys take over. I'll see you later. Bye. Bye.
You know, meteorologists say that if you're looking for the perfect storm, you need a cold front, and that's exactly what we got right here. Peterbot going down just a little bit earlier than we were expecting, but this is a lot more of what we saw from the previous weeks of competition. But what I love from this high ground is almost an exact copy of what we saw from Booga's trio in game 1. We saw around zone 7, zone 8, they build this tower on the edge of zone, they rotate early, and then from there they just control high ground from zone 8 all the way on. Vivid, there was a moment where Ritual and Cold were holding high ground as a duo, drop down right here, and then no one takes height so they can reclaim it for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like right now, of course, over the course of the first 2 games at least, that, hey, listen, if a team is up on the high ground, there's going to be no teams kind of interested in taking it at any point in the game or even applying any pressure at all. But I can't lie, back-to-back games for the duo of Cold and Ritual, right? With Peterbot going down early in both of those games. A lot of people might be looking at this and being like, oh, this is bad. Like, Peterbot's just not informed today. I think this is a good thing. I mean, you know, Cold and Ritual being a duo, picking up a top 5 in game number 1, winning the game in game number 2 as a duo. Just wait and see what this trio does when Peterbot does find his foot in one of these games. The whole entire trio is alive. I can't wait to see what kind of happens there. But hey, listen, I think we have to at least point out the fact that there was a big question mark on Ritual. You know, how's that practice kind of going for him? He was definitely holding his own in that end game right there. It's great to see.
I don't know, man. I'm kind of feeling MDF. I'm feeling that, like, he called out Peterbot was like this distraction, right? You let the dog off the leash, go cause chaos, and then that's enough, right? Peterbot's job is done. As long as they get the VR, Peterbot, feel free, go ahead and get eliminated. That's fine. Or, you know, actually, I would be down, Vivid. I would like to see Peterbot just go on like a 25 elimination spree. I get it. You got me. I'm back up to Vivid. Yeah. Okay, anyway, we're gonna go to a break. When we return, though, more games here from Major to Finals. So we'll see you real soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS. We just wrapped up game number 2, where Peterbot Cold and Ritual got a victory royale, minus the Peterbot. He was eliminated, but it's okay. A VR is a VR. What else happened in that game, though? Coop Curly, or Booga Rapid Threats, rather, are showing up massively here in Major 2 Finals, really trying to lock down one of those spots going to the Global Championships later this year. I have never been more excited to see Booga going crazy in these games.
I mean, you love to see it, and you also love to see Threats with that drum gun. I was wondering who gave Cole the mythic drum gun, and I guess it inevitably came down to Threats. That was the one to drop it right there. And they held a really good kind of mid-ground game here. You could tell that a few moments that they were kind of peeking up on height. Was there an opportunity for them to take it? And then they saw that it was Peterbot's trio holding high, and they said, no, we're going to stick to the mid-ground here. They like to kind of play the second height. They don't ever really go for full low. So to see them go for second height right here, and even being able to take down Peterbot, that might have been the right momentum that they needed to go for the victory royale. But there was just so much chaos going on that inevitably they would go down eventually.
Yeah, and tune in after that game, right? Going down in 10th place. Even after winning game number 1, still going to be finding themselves in 3rd place right there. Just a little bit behind the 2 trios above them. And I'm not going to lie, one of the highlights today, I feel like, for the EU competition, right, was when Thomas HD kind of got his hands on that drum gun right there. And I feel like Threats is obviously like the aimer of the NA region, whereas Thomas HD is kind of like the aimer on the EU region. So to see him with that drum gun, that can be a very, very scary thing. But of course, what's also scary is a trio of Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot picking up some momentum, jumping up 4 places with that win. They've now got the lead.
Ooh.
That's scary. That's scary. This is just game 2, right? We do have 10 more in total, right? But picking up momentum in game number 2, that usually means 900-point games. I'm just saying. Let's not do that. I did want to highlight here in 2nd place, Reek, Curly, and Cooper. We've had 2 super solid games, Kelly. Game 1, 2nd place, 7 eliminations. Now a 3rd place with 10 elims. They are really targeting that consistency factor, and they are doing it really well.
That is King Peace to you. You can't just call him Reet. You gotta at least call him King Reet, although maybe right now watching him go down, that's a little less obvious. But Curly and Cooper having such a good run here on the low ground. And I love this shift. We see a lot of teams stay to the front of low zone, but they, realizing that they are a duo, a little bit of shambles when it comes to heals, stay to the backside. And that allows them to kind of let everyone else run to the front, grab some of these eliminations that we see Cooper get. And although it's probably not the game that they were hoping for, that was 10 eliminations, and they're currently sitting in 2nd place right now. We know that with the change of the meta, that elims are so much more important. And Reek, Cooper, and Curly have that potential to rival the eliminations that even Peterbot's trio can get.
Yeah, I tell you what, I just love watching Cooper play. I'm pretty sure he remembers this, but like one of the first times I actually tuned into one of the streams, he made like an incredible rotate, and I kind of like playing the shot. I was like, dude, that was a good call to kind of go around that little hill over there. I literally can picture it in my head, but once he gets to those end games, he's just so good at kind of maneuvering around whatever terrain that, you know, may be presented in front of him. So it was a great clutch out of Cooper right there, and it's good to see him kind of back in form. 2nd place right now after 2 games.
I also wanted to highlight, Visual Braids, Minish, once again, a similar situation, right? The first time I think we've seen a duo, like head-to-head to close out a game there, unfortunately. Obviously, Minish kind of being the one eliminated, but still, I just love to see when trios can, like, even being down a member, can still say, like, hey, look, we've got a plan. We're going to execute this well, and it's going to be enough to put more points on the board, because, ultimately, that's going to be the difference, right, of us going to globals or not.
And we've seen incredible solo clutches in the past, but for me, the biggest change that we've had with trios is how these end games play out when a player does go down, because having it just be a solo clutch for yourself is obviously a little rough, but having 2 players, you can effectively just control the game. We saw Cold and Ritual holding high ground as if they were a full trio. So I love that. I love that there's still so much potential, even when a big player like a Peterbot or a Reet or whoever goes down, there's still chances for the other players.
Absolutely. I love seeing more games of Fortnite. Game 3 is ready for it. So Jacob PR, MDF, over to you.
They say trouble comes in threes with game 3 around the corner. Trouble has to be on the horizon for those sitting underneath the weight of the 150-point cutoff, right? That 3rd place is holding right now.
Yeah, it's definitely beginning to kind of spread out in terms of those point differentials, but there's still 4 games left today. There's a lot of time to really make up that point differential. And here comes the 3rd game. The battle bus is ready. Let's get right into it. This is it right here. You see an 11-point lead, first over second place, and then a 23 or 17 or so point lead from there. And this is where it really goes to show consistency is king. Reed Cooper Curley, a 3rd and a 2nd place with 17 eliminations. And when you start to look down that leaderboard in terms of consistency, I know it's only been 2 games, that's when you start to spot a little bit of the hiccups.
Yeah, well, one thing that's really impressive is that 1st, 2nd, and 3rd have so many eliminations so far. They really are starting to break away from the competition when it comes down to showing what they are capable of when it comes to these end games here. But again, like you just kind of briefly mentioned, this is only the 2nd round, right? Now that we're getting into game 3, we're kind of starting to get ourselves situated here. Everyone's got a feel for the landscape. We got a feel for the dynamic of the way the world's going to kind of, you know, come to shape. And let's also think about how those games ended, right? They were very similar zones, so it makes sense that the same teams are still up at the top, right? Playing as consistent as they have been. Let's see if we get a little bit of a different end game this time.
This time we're going to be able to see the Shining Span fight right out of the gates. Straight up on the bridge, trying to grab the floor loot and immediately put it to use. Donnie goes down, eliminated fully. Yusuf down on the other side, but they haven't been able to clean him up yet. Phenom doing a good job of holding him off, and Prom, aka Craze, is going to be the last one left for his team down below. And as soon as they do get this revive off, I do believe they're going to push in and try to get that elimination.
Yeah, we talked about how Shining Span isn't really a draw spot set up to go the distance. It's either you put it all on the line or you don't. Phenom, Yusuf starting to make their way in, spending that very precious metal there. Prom somehow gets Joji up and slips away, gets a couple heals off. That could be the difference maker here, but no, Joji goes into the water. That's going to be dead fish there in a couple moments, but some counter fire coming here.
That was perfect timing for those shots to come in. Almost felt like he was going to try to drop onto Joji, but Yusuf does on the other side. Probably hearing the communication coming in for how weak he actually is. Pump and dump in his hand. A little bit of a bait. No one's going to fall for it just yet. As Joji just peeking over the top. If you land here as long as they do, you got to know how long the zip line actually takes so you know when somebody jumps off it early. Phenom gets the elimination onto Craze up above the bridge, and now a 2v1 is going to be solidified here.
And there it is. Joji just baited out, recognizes that there isn't much that he can do. And this fight comes to a close here pretty quickly. They'll have plenty of time to go ahead and resituate themselves. Meanwhile, plenty of other teams officially getting eliminated in the game as all of this is unfolding here. So game 3 off to a pretty hot start.
Yeah, and there's another team, literally, you can kind of see them coming in at the end of this fight in the minimap, going after that armored vehicle. So they got to be careful for that reboot because they can easily try to push on over. As Noah plays, Chaos Gaming, Kazis starting off this game pretty well. 2 eliminations right out of the gate. They're almost looking like they're looking for that solo that might be left behind. I don't see him in the minimap just yet. I do see an arrow at the bottom left, so he maybe found a time to disengage on out. So for Noah plays, Chaos Gaming and Kaz's, this is the start that they want. This could be like a little refresh moment for them in this tournament.
Yeah, it's their first set of points right there. So hard fought and well earned after the first 2 games. They were eliminated pretty much off the gate there, not winning their contested draw spot. Here's a fight that has also been back and forth. I made the joke to Jacob, you know, who's counting? Well, we are. It's 1-1 right now as we're starting to tee up game 3. Much different, right? As both sides are kind of situated this time around as opposed to a full-on 50-50.
Yeah, it just seemed like Bryce, Osid, G-Money, they didn't want to take that 50-50 fight. They went on top of the mountain this time to grab their loot. While Zonda, Evan, and Sandman, they went underneath. A similar strategy they've been going all day long. But in the 3rd game, this is where the difference start to really peek in as they're trying to make their way towards that back forest underneath Mass Meadows. And even though they don't get any eliminations, this is a certain win for OSID, G-Money, and Bryce. They got a good amount of surge for this early game, and now they have priority over that mountain.
And just to give a little nod of appreciation to Bryce, G-Money, and OSID, even though they were the first team eliminated in Game 2, they're at 13th right now, so they did have a strong Game 1. Just to kind of show you guys and emphasize how good of a trio they could be if they could break loose. Aegis Boyo and Acorn have almost done the same, but they've struggled, it seems like, to kind of break out of that cursed 7 zone. 7 zone seems to be the bane of this trio so far. If they can get past the mid game with a little more material, they are likely to set themselves up for a victory royale as our reigning champs leading into the second major. But here, Jacob, we have a little fight breaking out once again here for Curve, Shadow, and Tyler.
Yeah, they don't just want the uncontested Demon's Dojo. They want uncontested surrounding areas as well. So as soon as they see that team floating around trying to get a little bit of loot, they immediately try to pounce on. Now that they got their surge, they're just going to go and continue their way back on over towards Demon Dojo, especially since the zone might be a little bit too early to tell, Monster, but it does look like it is pulling a little bit towards the south or maybe centered up instead of a straight north zone.
Yeah, those northern zones have been plaguing all of EU as well today, so see if the trend continues. Creon, Tony, and Noisy continue to just flex how good of a team they are. And this is a surprise for me, but they just seem to be in absolute shape and form today, holding their own, even now against the likes of, once again, Noah, Chaos, and Kaz's.
Really comes off the back of the big changes to pump power. They get the dill bits, they get some gold, they get priority over the Mass Meadows vault, especially with Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs not even necessarily making their way on over throughout the day here. Different strategy formulated in Division Cup Finals this last time around as he returns to the scene. Creon trying to break his way in. Tony does go down. He's trying to save it. Trosses the body back into his territory. And this is where him and his teammate can try to go for a quick double revive here. But they're immediately trying to break their way in. Creon is trying to hold the pressure back. Noah plays, gets the wall, spraying him back the best that he can. Creon continuously getting pressured more and more. There's a whole nother team there, Monster, now making their way in.
I was gonna say, surely they think that they got the pickup already, right? Like, look at how much time has passed, but Noah and Chaos are relentless with the pressure here. It seems like they've made the right call to continue to take this fight so far. Chaos Gaming trying to get these heals down and out. But watch how it's playing out here. Still playing off the back foot. Creon and Noisy just trying to buy themselves some time, but the K-Polar and Cynics haven't even found a chance to jump in. They're just listening, watching, waiting for a moment, and finally they find it. This is on to Chaos Gaming. And with that, Noisy and team get a little minute to breathe, but Creon is already back on the offense.
Yeah, for him, that's our damage. That's our eliminations. Already going through 6 of his splashes to get himself in a much better fighting position. You see him reuniting with Tony yet again. So more of those splashes are going to come out. Noisy on the other side has a little bit of elevation, taking a quick couple of cheeky shots, just try to get the pressure off, and this is going to be their opportunity to disengage. I see them making their way back on over towards that black market area, maybe re-up on some splashes if they have enough gold left over.
Yeah, part of me for a second there thought, like, wait a second, there has to be miscommunication. There's no way he's pushing a full trio that just showed up, right? So I think they kind of recognize, hey, wait a second, let's get our bearings back under us. Let's just go ahead and get out of here. We got enough damage, got a couple elims. They're content with that. Polar, Decay, and Cynics gets to see another day as well as things kind of simmer out. So we do a little kind of loop around the world. Our number 1 seeded team so far here in game 2, Cold Ritual and Peterbot, sticking to the strategy here, playing these separate areas, just mass controlling terrain right now with these big bases, fishing for tags from other trios, as you kind of expect here, right? And look at this, they are at 181 points. It's got to be intimidating to start seeing that consistency creep.
Yeah, especially when they're straying away from their entire game plan. And you talk about game plan for Major 1, afterwards in Division Finals, them putting up elimination records, them putting up point records, them putting up damage records. Now it's all slowed down. They cannot continue to keep taking the risk to fight player after player, team after team. So they got to take that slower approach, just like everybody else. The Bermuda Triangle, some would call this right now, between 3 different teams. The abundance of extra heals over on this side of the map. Lucky for Bucky, Okus and Cam, though. They're positioned right next to that black market, and they did already go in and get that mythic drum gun out before anybody made their way over.
This is one of the keys of success that we've seen so far, the mythic drum gun. Almost slept on to some degree, right? As far as a key item that trios were looking to secure. But
no.
give it a second here. What's going on right now? Another kind of battle unfolding here. We haven't seen NAP's team be too successful so far here on the day. Most of these early game fights have been learning experiences for Napsire and Cyrus. Can they get a dub under the belt?
Even can't amplify. I've been going through the trials and tribulations through the day, switching up drop spots, trying to get some sort of momentum going, start to build that confidence. But Zyre sneak up on the other side. Shots continue to land on Decat. No real big haymakers yet, but all it does is take one, especially since they're fighting in the zone, deep in the zone just like this. But the tables are turned. Naps is actually going to be the first one going down. Siphon just in time to keep Amplify in a healthy situation. And he finally reunites with Shiny Cat, so this brings it down to a 2v2. A huge advantage lost on the other side.
Yeah, Amplifying Cat, you know, this is where they've been earning their points, you know, game after game. This is kind of what's kept them in the running so far. This fight right here. But Cyrus's trio finally showing a little bit of life, but not for too long. It was super short-lived. Zyre gets taken out there, and all of a sudden, all that momentum that they were starting to build up, gone there in one brief moment. Look, they're at 5 elims, right? You have to assume it's off the back of these re-pickups, right? Allowing teams to get those reboots.
I was wondering how they caught him off guard. He tried to hop through the window thinking he was being sneaky. They got that security system set up. There is no sneaking around our house as they take both of those players down. Solo went north to try to get some sort of heals, keep himself alive long enough. But I got some bad news, Monster. I thought this was going to center up, maybe a little bit of Western lead. We might have another north zone.
Yeah, we are seeing a little bit of that. Notorious Magic Moss is back in the name there, down at the bottom right. We'll see. Recouping Curly. I mean, if you're these trios, you are extremely happy about this. There's a direct correlation between where the zone ends and how these teams, in general, right, perform against the zone. And so far, it has been in Reed's favor. And if it continues to stay like this, hey, well, we're gonna see them at the top.
I know. Oh, what? G-Money landed some shots. Zonda going down due to the zone. Now it's all about just trying to figure out where he actually went down at. Shots coming in. G-Money slowing down, reapproaching the situation. Even with the cleanup coming in, it's Bryce that's going to go down, clean up that elimination, keep them going. And a very different look to their game. Instead of contesting the 50-50 right out of the gates, they took a slower approach, went to the overall top of the mountain and the backside on the south end. They got their loot, early storm surge, and now look at them. Even though they are deep in zone, when it comes to damage, I think they got themselves a lot of flexibility because of their early game.
And again, clearly, this is a team that can perform very well. This is a team that after game 1, they found themselves just inside that top 10, and then they were the first trio to get eliminated in game 2 just to get you caught up. So right now they're showing us the signs of their strategy that clearly is successful if they can make it past the drop. I don't anticipate them to take any more 50-50s. I'll tell you that if they make another top 10 this game. For Dozer, Aiden, and Atmos right now, they're just sitting in the zone right now, kind of waiting this one out here, trying to see if they can make it through the Lone Wolf. But we all know that Clix's trio does tend to stay there for quite some time, especially when the zone is right on top of them.
Oof. Bryce in that early game damage, he goes down to the storm. You see him looking up. They know Clix's entire team landing over there. A huge late switch up of the strategy coming into the last division finals. They no longer kind of make their way over towards the black market, especially when it is in zone. You see it there towards the north, just outside of Brutal Boxcars. That's going to make it a little bit harder for Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo to make their way on over safely and see if there is any splashes or resources left on by. So they're going to be hoping for a south pull, so that way every team has to rotate away from it, and then that gives them a little bit safer access to it.
Just looking at Tony, Noisy, and Creon's situation right now. Oh yeah, look at this zone. This is almost a mirror game back to back to back as things are starting to position up here towards the north. So is very clearly going to favor these north teams once again here. For the Lone Wolf layer, we get to watch it from their perspective. Higgs, Clix, and Yamzo. No elims just yet, but again, their goal right now is to find damage, find tags. Like that they've stacked there too.
Yeah.
Giving them the one of the most consistent trios basically on the region.
Yep, top fives in 57% of their games. I think I get top fives in maybe about like 10% of my ranked games. A whole different beast, but it just shows the skill level is just above and beyond for a lot of the players in this lobby. The zone pulling all the way on over towards the eastern side. That might be a blessing for Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs if it continues to pull away from the black market. They do have that gold that they haven't been able to spend, so this could be a chance, a small one, but a chance for them to access that black market and get whatever splashes are left behind, because Noisy, Creon, and Tony, they also access that vault for those splashes.
Oh, look at this. Muzzrise and Japko finding tags onto Noah Plays here, who's still, by the way, by himself, just kind of hiding out in the facility here. For how much longer can this go down? I don't know, because the surge is active. Surely, if we jump over to Noah's perspective, he has to be one of the lowest, right, of anyone in the lobby. But oh, snap. I think Cirque might have caught wind of this solo inside the builds. We'll see if that trio ends up taking him out. Meanwhile, Tony, Creo, Noisy have made their way to this kind of safe zone here. They've slowly moved their way out of the Brutal Boxcars, ever so slightly to the north here, for more favorable vision of the field. And wait a second, I might have talked too soon. Noah got a knock, but unfortunately couldn't get the finish. So, yes, it was a brawl that took place. And here it is, the next update. We're just going to keep pulling north.
A blessing there for the teams that are already in the zone, because typically you would want to think, do I stay where I'm at? I'm already in zone, don't need to go ahead and use any materials. But no, you know that whole north side of the map is uncontested. Very, very little teams will be able to survive there and stagger themselves into the zone. So you can kind of free up space, get away from a lot of the teams that will end up crowding that south side of the zone overall. We know it's going to end up stacked. And if you're not prepared for that, good luck to you. It's Taki, Ishu, and Bert. They land at the north side of the map, so another zone that is going to bless them just a little bit. 67 above the damage threshold, though. They have the confidence to know they're not going to take damage, but in the back of their mind, they know things can change in the blink of an eye.
You know, NA really bringing a new meaning to why it's called North America. Like, at this point, if you're not landing magic mosses, you're not doing it right. Ishu, Taki, Berto are going to be forced to fight here. So are Coop, Ree, and Curly. Okay, this is an extremely big clash going down here. And now Coop opens up from the side angle onto Ishu. So they find the damage that they need to buy them a little bit of relief. However, they have to very likely push this one to the end.
Just a little bit too risky for their liking right now, especially since they do got themselves a safe spot in towards the zone. And you're seeing them every 7 seconds now, going to be taking 25 damage due to Storm Surge. Only 16 below. One shot from literally any one of their ARs will put them above that threshold. Bryce even goes down. He's been having a few struggles trying to make it throughout the course of this game. And you're seeing from 16 below to 167. Like I said, things can change in the blink of an eye, and if you're not prepared, it's going to get tough in order to survive.
Yeah, all that means is the competition is getting active, and talking about the competition, they get chopped out from down low. The free edits are ready. A beautiful code from Ishu, though, to set things up and give his team a little moment, a little chance at success here. The damage was good, but his teammates already down. They might as well go for the finish here, but they lose track of the trio. Maniac and company get away there, and now the zone reveals another northern pop for them here. This is going to continue to push further and further away, jumping into teams that are looking to position up early there. All the big boys, all the big names are here. Peterbot is as well. and fighting instead of healing here, waiting for his team. This is the confidence that exudes out of this trio right here is incredible. And look at this, Jacob. They're already at 3 elims as well this game.
Yeah, 400 damage above the threshold all the way from Crime City. And this is the scary part of the game, because now they start to get that confidence as every other team start to rotate forward. Only one more team to their right slowly trying to make their way forward, and that's where it's going to get dangerous because they have to rotate too. We're seeing how the fight even started and broke out. They're only 146 damage above the threshold at this time. And Beef, Skittles, and Chimp likely below, forced to take a fight. And there goes Cold, making all the right moves at the right time to get all 3 eliminations.
Such a big moment for them, and that is really the difference maker as to even why they're above the threshold right now. It's those eliminations they just picked up. So clearly, even though they're playing a different strategy, it's not the most consistent. Their damage has been borderline all 3 of these games. With the rotate right here, Peterbot is trying to get ahead right now. Focus starting to come in. They're saying, hey, we got enough mats to do something big here. But it seems like they're playing a little too fast. It's cost them a bit extra.
They know they still got to rotate towards the zone, and it's just Peterbot, the constant target throughout each and every one of these rotations. They took what you said serious in that last game. He's a little bit of the bait. Kind of freeze up Cold and Ritual to start to make their way over towards the zone. The majority of the lobby here having a pull. A lot of them already going to be stacked up on the front side. 381 for some. And you're seeing how Iamzo, Higgs, and Clicks were able to find a couple of eliminations here, but most importantly, the damage.
Look who's playing for height. Curly, Coop, Reed here on the low ground, but you got Tyler on the high ground potentially looking to play for the win right now. Hold up, though. Big damage coming in here for our team well inside the top 3 right now. Continue to maintain the pace here. Now, they haven't picked up any elims, but they are starting to approach the point where these placement points are going to start being given out. Meanwhile, finally, Angel, Spoyo, and Acorn have some a break right in the end game. Every time we jumped in with them, things have been kind of rough, kind of crazy for them. However, now they seem to slow down the pace and say, hey, let's not go for high ground. Let's just play for some mid-ground positioning here and just make it all the way through to the end where they're shining the best.
Shadow Curve and Tyler, since that last zone, you called it that they took that high ground, and now they're just kind of trying to hold on to it, pressuring teams down below. You see the proactivity formulate from Tyler. If it pulls that way, we got to quickly run, connect to the zone, being very, very careful not to get chopped down. That's going to be Curve holding their backside position in the zone as Peterbot, Cold, Ritual looking to get aggressive yet again. They don't find the opportunity to get that elimination, so they slowly back off. But only 55 damage above the threshold, Monster. Not where you'd expect them to be. Reed goes down. There's a lot of pressure now onto Curly, even with elimination onto Phenom. This is his only opportunity. As they go for a revive, he has to match it and drop that Med Miss smoke.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a very important pickup right now for Curly. But no, he just gets distracted there in the final moments. He's going to end up playing the Med Miss, but that means the team could play it too if they want to and go for the fight here. But they get the Siphon. Heals there, and then turn tail. Looking for the escape. Meanwhile, Higgs, Clicks, and Iamzo front side of zone, sticking true to the strategy. This is probably the most consistent we've seen from any of the trios in the game so far. Now as game 3 starting to heat up, Acorn though, Boyo, Agers are on the front side as well. They know how to do it best too. Meanwhile, on the ultimate low, we haven't seen Booga Threats and Rapid down here, but everyone seems to be adjusting here coming into this 3rd round.
Yeah, even Curly in the backside of the zone taking a cheeky attempt and trying to get damage. Misses that one. And a new team is going to be on high ground. That's Rise, that's Yapko, that's Muzz. 9th zone. It might have been too early for their opposition, but now it's theirs for the taking. Looking down all around the front side of the zone, even the back, trying to pressure teams into an altercation. Peterbot down below finds a quick elimination, getting him the Siphon, and what's most important, the materials to keep himself going.
That's exactly what we wanted to see from Peterbot. Him actually making it into this end game and starting to really turn online, but it's going to be at the hands of Acorn as he gets crushed under the weight of Peterbot's shotgun, and so does Curly. And all of a sudden now, they have the point points and a little bit of footing underneath them to try to do something bigger here. 8 teams remaining in the game. Big points starting to be earned right now. A little bit of a late stay for the Medmiss, but they are starting to fizzle out. They're going to have to make a move. Meanwhile, here's Higgs, here's Clicks, here's the Amzo. Sticking true to the strats. It's looking so well here too. Xset Higgs, the recent signing, one of the best now, really starting to turn online as well.
Making
This
sure to
is
keep
all
every
looking to
team
collapse here.
from looking out back at him on the backside of the zone. That was perfectly played by him, but you see the two teams, the superstars on the low ground, back of zone.
Oh,
Cold
no.
goes down, Peterbot follows, Ritual left by himself, even with the Medmiss smoke, he is on the clock, getting stuck behind the mountain. He goes down as well. Top 5 for them in this game as Threats, Booga, and Rapid strike yet again, taking them down once more. But Threats is now getting revenge. He's getting tick after tick for the zone, barely making it in with 12 HP. He still has to chug, but there's no time for him to pop it. He's getting pressured from all around.
And it's incredible work by Clix's trio. They are the disruptors right now. Threats lands on his teammate, but no, he gets taken out. Iamso with the side angle and the cleanup. Look at all the loot they managed to secure off of those 3 eliminations right there. All of a sudden now Curve comes down as well. Gets a taste of that medicine there too. And this is a 3v3 situation. Muzz and team jump down. They're going all in. The bats are out and they're starting to go for the swings here.
That first one was a miss, but that's only going to be strike number 1. They use that as an opportunity to try to make their way to the front side of the zone, but Higgs goes down. Clicks gets a knock of his own onto Yapko. Quickly trying to box that one up, but he cannot get the loot. There is no time. Up above is Muzz. It's Yapko. They're trying to put the pressure on, but Rise goes down, bites off a little bit more than he can chew. 1v1. Clicks versus Muzz, and Clicks fans rise because he takes the game over.
Little bit of friendly fire right there amongst the Xset boys. However, Clicks, the man himself, stamps it with a victory royale. And I was just about to say, who better to be in a box-to-box situation than Clicks, but he didn't even have the match to need it. Look at this one more time, though, Jacob. What a game for Iamzo here. And again, Higgs's delivery there too, just the heart to jump in the boxes, but these eliminations from Iamzo really changed the tide.
Yeah, I think it was like 3-4 eliminations late into that game. And even trading shots here to make him weak. Clicks was in a 1v1 situation here. Iamzo was the distraction. So Clicks gets the elimination onto Rise and eventually onto Muzz. He gets revenge on the team that let him go just before that last major. But game 3 is done. Zeke, Kelly, and Vivid, we need some help breaking down all that action.
That's cool. Something cool happened. Something cool happened, Kelly.
Zeke?
Kelly, something cool happened.
Yes, Zeke, something cool happened.
Clicks gonna be here!
Yeah, what just happened, Vivid? Clicks coming out on top. It was a high ground versus low ground 3v3. We see this so often, and more often than not, it's a high ground that's able to win the game. But Clicks said, I'm not done yet, Vivid, and comes out with the victory royale for game 3.
I mean, there's so much that we could break down about. We could break it all down, Kelly. Zeke will just be over there screaming the whole time. There's so much we could talk about with that trio actually winning that end game so clean. And the part that I really like the most, the one that I want to hit home the most on right here, is that, you know, Kelly was kind of hyping up this, hey, you know, they keep playing for that front side of the moving zone, but this game, the adaptation was made, right? For whatever reason, they didn't actually play towards that side. They were kind of playing off to the side, right? Letting people kind of take that space from them, getting shots in from the side, picking up the eliminations, and it worked so well when Booga's trio was found over there. And then, you know, just worked so incredibly well for them. They were able to take that space, find the resources to actually put themselves in a competitive 3v3 situation to win the game. Kelly, what a beautiful game.
You know, we got the kid stats, so I asked him if I could see the damage numbers, but from Zone 9 on in our most recent Eval Cup. And it was actually Iamzo and Higgs that were in 1st and 3rd place respectively out of all the people competing for damage from Zones 9 and 12. And I think this game was a perfect example as why.
Yeah. I mean, also, hey, we got to mention, you know, Jacob screaming, Clicks fans rise. Clicks also being the one to pick up every single one of those eliminations on the final trio right there. Played to perfection.
14 elims is crazy. That is just game number 3. We've had 3 unbelievable games on NA. It is so crazy to think we have another 3 to go today and then 6 tomorrow. It is shaping up to be a fantastic evening of Fortnite. Congratulations again, Clix, Iamzo, and Higgs. 14 elim victory royale. I love to see that. For now, though, we are going to go to a break. When we return, we'll discuss a few more things that happened last game and then prepare ourselves for the second half of the competition. So we'll see you real soon. We're being traded to some peak Fortnite, ladies and gentlemen. Clix got himself a victory in game number 3. He's actually streaming as well with a delay, so if you missed it, go check out his perspective from that last game because it was crazy. Other things did transpire in that game, though, like Muzz, Yapko, and Rise making it to second place, really trying to push that consistency factor to its very limits. I love seeing the fact that they did make it there because, like, I would love to see this trio make it to globals.
Oh, 100%. I think a lot of us would feel the same way. And you know, finally we see height being stolen after Zone 9 there by Rise, Muzz, and Yapko, and just having such a good job controlling height from there, going all the way to the final moments in that 3v3. It easily could have gone to the way of Muzz, Rise, and Yapko, but obviously Clix was just on something. And I feel like Rise, Muzz, and Yapko, they're just getting started.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you kind of mentioned that right at the end there, right? They're just getting started because their first 2 games are kind of, as Levin would say, they're a bit of stinkers, you know, like 17th, 23rd. But the highlight for me there, you know, and Kelly kind of mentioned it right there, is that this was kind of the first end game that they've kind of made, right? Taking into account how those first 2 games went. And they were the first trio to actually take high ground. So in my opinion, right, if they've been the only trio to kind of do it, and that was the first game that they've actually made it to the end game, then maybe this is a little bit of a pattern, right? Maybe it'll be easy for them in these following games where they do make it to end game. Hopefully they've sorted something out to kind of continuously make the end game, take that hide away. And yeah, I mean, we've seen how Height's kind of going today. You're kind of getting it for free once you do have it. So I think this is good news for this trio.
I will say that there was a moment there where we saw Muzz's, Peterbots, and Acorn's trio all in the same little edge of zone together, and we actually saw Muzz's trio make the fastest rotate I've ever seen. And so I'm wondering if maybe that's the reason why we're not seeing them in endgame, and they've kind of learned their lesson a little bit, and so now we're going to be seeing kind of some different rotates from them. But speaking, Zeke, these zones, what did we say about North zones?
Gosh.
My apologies, guys. I'll check the supercomputer. I don't know what's going on myself. I'll go check it over there. Speaking of checking things, let's check the standings right now. At the top, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. Guys, we have not had a game that we've dropped out of 5th place. Game 1, 5th place, 6th elims. Game 2 was in VR with 13 eliminations, and now once again 5th place with 7 eliminations. I mean, this is starting to get really, really scary. And the fact, Kelly, now they're at 249 points. They are starting to pull away. Someone needs to stop them.
It's so surreal because in my mind, I'm like, wow, they're really doing bad at the start of Major 1, but they've already won a game and they're in 1st place. It's such a weird conditioning of our brains that if they aren't just winning every single game, we're wondering, oh, what's wrong with them? But they're doing so well. They understand that if they're not able to go for high ground, which we've seen them do over the last few weeks, that they need to stick to the low ground. They need to go for those eliminations. And Ritual, once again, sticking it out as a solo in the final moments right there. And I really just want to give Ritual all the flowers that he deserves.
Yeah, doing very, very well. Of course, being, if not a part of the last duo that's kind of alive, being the last player that is, of course, alive right there. So they're still holding on to the lead right there. A trio that's kind of sticking towards the top right now, still being very, very competitive. Coop, and Curly, they start performing pretty well, 201 points. That game for them, 9th place, 1 elimination. So I mean, the two before that being a 2nd and a 3rd makes this one hurt probably a little bit, but regardless, still sticking towards the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I think a bit of that was due to the fact that they kind of were sticking in flooded frogs for a long time. I'm guessing that there was some kind of early game engagement that I potentially would have missed for them to go back and farm back for flooded frogs. And I think that's just part of the reason why their loadout wasn't exactly where they wanted to in the end game. But regardless of the situation that they're in, they're still sitting pretty up in our leaderboard right now, Zeke. So I'm excited to see what they do in the remaining half of the games we have today.
I know, it's scary, right? Because you kind of want to keep putting the pedal to the metal. With 3 games left to go today, that sets us up for day number 2, right? And then without that 1.5x multiplier, we need to be more consistent after day number 1, right? We need to make sure we are primed for day number 2. So I'm curious to see, can we keep this momentum going? Not from just them, but from all of these top performing trios, especially in the back half. Let's find out. Monster D-Phase, Jacob PR, take it away.
Momentum is a real thing in these tournaments, but one thing you really have to take note of, even though they're in 1st place by 29 points, Monster, it's not through sheer force like they did in that last major, like they do in the divisional cups. So realistically, it's anybody's game still.
Yeah, and we're watching it kind of play out in real time. We're seeing how much of a different, slower approach, a little bit more of a methodic approach right to their early game. But let's just keep this in mind. It's all North zones. With game number 4 around the corner, let's see how it plays out. And like we just wanted to emphasize, Major 2 Finals has the most amount of qualification spots. This is the most important finals of the year. Some might say you want to get your ticket to the Globals here and now. But again, the standings, I think, are just a story of magic. Mosses, every one of these trios have had that little bit of favoritism. So once they start getting more of a difficult, let's just call it decision making put in front of them, right, things might start to turn. But for now, if it's going to continue to play out this way, I mean, the story seems to be written in stone here.
Yeah, this is a fight that, when you look at that stone, this is written all over it, contested. They go for Fleur loot almost right out of the gates and immediately start teeing off on one another. But it does look like Craze from underneath is trying to sneak around. You mentioned yourself the closeness of the entirety of the bridge, especially underneath, and now he's getting free shield. So if anybody's going to be the one to make a play, it is going to be him up against Yusuf. He gets the elimination, and I do believe that was the wipe.
Oh, a little turn of events here for Joji, Donnie, and Prime. Okay, so a little life coming out for them here at the Shining Span. We'll see what they can make with this game here. You know, the cool part about a 2-day performance is that anything can happen, right? You have a lot of time to start making some micro adjustments and, you know, really play this tournament out to the best of your capabilities. Team that's been doing just that as well as Noah W Plays Chaos Gaming and Kazis for the second time now. We've seen them at least survive the initial touch of their drop here. It's not all teams, you know, that land kind of in this northern area that are walking away with, you know, free placements to the top of the standings. At the end of the day, you have to prove that you can stand amongst the best here and win some of these engagements. Kazis goes in, face check here, but the tick was ready and answers with a monster shot here, slowing down all momentum that this trio was looking to build.
Yeah, all three of them saw he was here as a solo. They beelined it over, but the scanner's out. Noah plays. All of their positions going to be revealed, but no more builds onto the tick, so he's going to be an easy target and the first one to get dropped. Quick cleanup there. They're going to get the siphon mats, and you can see absolutely needed because Noah Plays was almost fresh out of materials as well. And now they're forced to try to disengage. Maniac trying to go ahead and move on over to help his teammates, but that same distance that he closes is going to be the same thorn in the side because now he has nowhere to run.
Yeah, but Noah's barely got anything to work with here. Just a couple shots, tags from behind, no mats to really work with either. But it is going to be a nice quick elimination. Do note with every tag they get, more confidence starts to increase. What? 2 quick elims. Kind of get to reset here. Gonna be happy with that.
Seeing more and more action going down just the north side of Flooded Frogs. Visuals, Braids, and a Minish. Foxy Floodgates, excuse me there. They land at this spot. We have seen them contest the server room, but Visuals out of Braids and just gets taken down. I do believe that was Peterbot landing at the train, the top side of the mountain, got that loot from the server room. And there's so much distance between Braids and the rest of his teammate. I'm not sure how much help he's going to be up close.
Yeah, I was going to say, I had to look at the standings for a second. Visual, Braids, and Diminish are in 5th place. Do not let this early game fight fool you. This is definitely a team that is trailing very far ahead of 6 and in the conversation right now. Little setback there, minor setback, but not completely taking them out of the running just yet. And do note, again, old Peterbot probably keys that. Jumps down, does what he does carelessly. New Peterbot takes his time, takes his damage, calls it a little win.
It's his fight just north, I believe, of Kappa Factory. Just following each other, not trying to let them escape. You see here the bat being charged. Joji takes the first couple of damage. Both his teammates go down. That's Craze and Donnie who get lost, and they break his way in. Eva hiding behind barrels. There's no chance. He's a hide-and-seek master as Seek, Veer, and Dash take him out. And with 54 points here, a couple of them coming from this game alone, at least they start to build that confidence up going into the second half of the day.
Definitely. That's going to jump them up towards 19th right now if the standings were locked in stone. Putting them just behind Bucky, Okus, Cam, Bryce, G-Money, and Osid. Take a look at the highlight here from Seek's perspective. Oh, yeah. Getting to work with the bat. And, of course, closing out with the shotgun.
He knew his teammates were there. Almost no worry, even if he does go down. But you see a triangle being formed right now with Kanata, Bolts, and Sphinx just trying to catch somebody off guard. And as of now, it looked like it might be Dash, but as soon as those shots fire off, this is giving Bolts an opportunity to land some big damage on somebody not really paying attention. It could be Seek. But nope, that opportunity comes and goes just like that.
Both Kanata and Sphinx just a couple of pieces away from really breaking through the glass ceiling here. Their problem has just been the mid game. Once they get past that and kind of start approaching that end game, things just haven't seemed to have lined up for them so far. Do keep in mind they are one of the few teams kind of playing this deep zone from the southern areas on up. So they've had a lot more to worry about, right? As opposed to some of the northern trios.
And fun fact about that, they actually have the most distance traveled out of everybody in this lobby, Monster, because of those zones.
And they're still in 13th, right? So again, all the more just impressive how they've at least managed to kind of stay in the conversation. But oh, here's a fight I didn't expect to go down this soon. Boyo, Agers, and Acorn have a little bit of a contestation happening here at the Mass Meadows.
Yeah, it almost makes you wonder what's that going to do to the game plan, because G-Money, Osa, and Bryce, they're kind of used to not getting a lot of surge, not fighting teams up on top of the mountain, having to rotate north. But Agers, Acorn, and Pollo, the whole strategy relies getting extra heals, going just towards that black market, building your surge bases, and taking advantage of teams just like this. And now they've been sidetracked off of that game plan. And so it starts to put things in your mind. Obviously, we're all looking at Acorn. Do you start to rotate the zone? Is this a team that now you must try and fight because now you're below the Storm Surge threshold of games past? It's a lot of questions that I know are going to be answered shortly, but it just goes to show the impact of one team's decision and how it affects everything else around them.
Yeah, this is like the shoe put on the other foot. Bryce is the one with that ultimate high ground here. The cards kind of in his hands here to be dealt. But okay, Agers, Spoyo here, opting to not play the Storm. They want to make a little bit more of a favorable positioning for themselves. I don't blame them. Osid not taking advantage of those fresh builds though while they're rotating there. It's going to be missed damage, missed opportunities. That could be reflective of the fact that, again, this is like a newer trio, right? Kind of being introduced to this extreme high-level competitive play. One of the reasons why Kanata wanted to kind of mix it up. But back on over to the action here. Polar, Cynics, Decay, keeping us entertained here. Fight for the top 10 position here remaining against Naps right now. Polar doing a great job here. All at the Demon's Dojo. Things unfolding pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Cyrus kind of watching this unfold from the distance. Decay not even wanting to let this team get too comfortable either.
Yeah, he spotted out the builds, kind of finished building. He knows Zyr's there. And it does look like Zyr's just going to be a big distraction. He doesn't have shield. He has half HP. He's just trying to buy his teammate time so that way he can make that rotation off the side of Demon's Dojo, potentially try to get the reboot card for his teammate, or if they potentially have it already, get his teammate back into the game. But for now, they're going to be looking at the long game. Instead of little short wins throughout the course of the game, they're going to be looking for a revive and some big moments to try to finish this one off.
Yeah, no information on where the trio went either, so they're just going to play the rest of this out blind here. Still big eliminations for them. Yamzo Higgs and Clicks right now, coming off that momentum. Ridiculous win, 14 eliminations. Got to watch it back from Clicks' perspective in the speed at which he was able to react and pick up those 2 elims in the end was just absolutely incredible. But the setup from Yamzo, you have to give him so much credit. Yamzo and Higgs playing crazy angles there in the end game, opening up so much opportunity for them. Even turn that into Victor Royale. This is the strat right here, right? High ground, surge bases, fish for tags. I know we haven't seen the zone yet, but it does look to be very reminiscent of the games prior. I don't want to talk too soon about it, though. We'll see.
So you're saying another north zone is quite possible.
Maybe.
But you see Dash, Seek, and Veer. I feel like they're kind of getting used to these north zones. Obviously, it's not as easy. They got 4 eliminations. A lot of their resources are being expended. 1 med kit for Dash. He's going to have to use that in a few seconds. But in the sense of this has been their game plan. Ride the whole eastern side of the zone, move up towards the north, get surge on a lot of the teams that are kind of left behind. Because more times than not, if they're this far back in zone, they might not be the most healthiest. So that's going to be the perfect chance. Just try to pop some shots. Keep it moving in towards zone. And then you even see that solo player just below the D and Demon's Dojo on the minimap, trying to look, hey, is this the time I can get my teammates back? He doesn't even know that's a whole new team on top of that mountain.
Yeah, a lot of uncertainty in the air. Let's jump in with Coop, Reet and Curly here. as they continue to get the favorable zone pulls here up towards this kind of flooded frogs area. They're just sitting pretty right now, wishing for some tags to kind of come their way. Reed's in charge of the bill. He's already put 64 up. Not bad at all. We'll have to jump off this base eventually, though, and start to get to those mats. But again, you can just see that there is no rush in doing so.
Kind of see this slow play on one side of the lobby to the next. Bolts Kanata Sphinx working their way up from Hopeful Heights. Quick chase down on the water sprite, just trying to make sure that they have as much of those resources as possible before they make their way down off the side of the mountain. Because they have this elevation coming into the zone, they are able to spot out a lot of the teams that have already rotated in, the teams that have already boxed up and solidified their position. So even though they're taking some storm damage, eventually going to have to use some HP heals, it's all a worthwhile sacrifice for them because it gives them a much safer path.
Taking advantage of that path as well. Very well-timed movements here. Jumping in with Okus, Bucky, and Cam right now. They've seemed to have found the trio lurking behind at the Foxy Floodgate for a second there. And pushing up ahead. We're retreating back here to try to pick up some of this leftover material.
Almost a much different position than we've seen him in some of the games before. I think a lot of teams are kind of catching on to how drastic some of these North pulls have actually been, and are now trying to rotate just a tad bit earlier than they have in some of the previous games. But Cam is the one that gets caught off guard by Agers, rotating deeper into zone. It does look like Cam is going for a little bit of a revive, while Bucky's just trying to hold them back the best that he can. Make them think twice about continuing to rotate on over here for elimination that might not even be that easy.
Medmiss has to come out here. This is probably what I was going to say Acorn and Agers Spoya was thinking about. Like, hey, stop down right there. Yes, stay in the zone. Let us fight you. We need this damage here. But they're going to be content with a little bit of damage that they managed to pick up there. That Medmiss saving Bucky's trio. Boya was in full W key mode for a second there. You saw him how aggressive he was pushing up.
My only question about this entire situation is, we saw Poyo, Acorn, and Agers fighting at Mass Meadows. How did Agers get the mythic drum gun? That's going to be a big question as Kanata breaks into the box, taking down King. The first elimination of this fight. And you see Sphinx, the IGL of the trio, quickly reunite, and he took a lot of that early damage along with Bolts, knowing that Kanata's the one that has his position set. They all regroup, heal up, kind of reassess the situation. Do they want to continue to fight the team that they know is a duo, or rotate to zone because they know it's now moving further and further away?
Yeah, but here's the thing. Kanata's team has done well with these storm fights, and they beat these teams over and over again when the fights have kind of gone down in these early situations. That didn't happen so much last game, but this is looking like kind of like the game one storm fights that set them up for success early on. So I think they're feeling really confident about these battles here. Jargu, all that's left on the trio. Sphinx is going to end up finding him, boxes him up, and puts him down. Nice little med kit fished up right there. Actually, 3 med kits for the trio. Oh, yeah, they're going to be super excited about that.
Just the material count that I'm really going to have questions over. Did the team they fight drop enough materials to kind of replenish what they had lost up to that point? Because I saw Kanata was rather low in his situation as we jump on board Shogun's Arena, the island, Cold Ritual, Peterbot returning to their clouds, and now they already got the boss taken down. They have the medallion, the extra chug jug, and the height advantage. Blessings for the lobby that it is going to pull a little bit more north, so they're going to have to leave that island eventually. But until then, they have the luxury to be able to look back in zone just like this and try to spot out any players, whether they're a full team or not, rotating in.
I was gonna say, let's not forget they just get to glide too, right? So like, they're not gonna have a problem right now so long as they condition a lobby and or move sooner rather than later. We'll see what the decision ends up being here in just a moment. For the team that's trying to maintain the pace right now, Braid diminish and visuals. Starting to get just past the mid game right now here. No surge warning, so the activity in the lobby keeping relatively at pace here for a pretty fast game for game 4. but let's see how long that's gonna last.
Wow. They just raised it minutes. Have each spent less than 2 minutes in the storm, the lowest of any of the top 20 teams. And when you land at Foxy Floodgates, middle of the map, and it is continuing to pull north, it just goes to show that they're very, very proactive in terms of where they position themselves. They don't wait for Storm Surge to come to them. They go and look for it in terms of where they kind of set up shop. And game after game, it's been working out. So jump back on board Reek, Coop, and Curly. Finally rotating west of Flooded Frogs, not too far away from where they actually landed. So when we look about distance traveled, I'm going to be looking at a team like them to see how much distance they didn't have to travel compared to other teams in this lobby.
Well, your Acorn Agers, though, losing the trail end of the kind of exchanges here. A little I'd say to my surprise, they've had, it hasn't seemed like they've been the strongest, and you would think differently. Agers and Boyo, some of the better fighters on the region, but having a bit of a harder time.
I think Higgs and Clicks both getting some eliminations. I do believe that might have been Okus that got taken down as well.
In the storm, too.
Yeah, that's just one of those tough situations. They weren't even the original ones fighting both Clicks and Cold. They were already in zone, looking back at this fight, seeing a team end up in a scuffle and just immediately focus in that direction. Luckily for Evan, Zanda, and Sandman right now, they're able to get the revive back up. They have the Chug Jugs, bandages if needed, and then the splashes on top of that with not too much distance to cover before they're safely inside of the zone.
Take a look how it went down. Evan here. Pushing in from the side, gets right on in. It was a full-on surge fight. That's going to put them 400 above. How long will it last, though, is the real question. Heard about Cold and Ritual. Already set up 1,000 above themselves here. Full HP, fully loaded material count. This is probably the strongest position we've seen them in so far here for an endgame setup right now. I mean, it just makes you wonder, right? How many North zones you got to pull before they just continue to fine-tune the game plan, right? And they are just looking better and better as the games have gone on.
Man, how they're rotating right now. I see it in the mini-map, too. They just got it down, rotated, gliding in as Ager slides in, gets that one onto Sandman. Saw it in the feed. Glad we're able to see how he's actually able to pick that one up. Proven, hey, the Mythic Drum Gun, even though they might not necessarily get it every game, it really could change the course of how you're getting your Storm Surge and how easily you're able to break some of those bullets through to get just 1 or 2 shots to connect.
They're at the safe zone right now.
Uh-oh.
Below the surge here. Zan and Evan coming late off the storm. Talk about a gift being handed to them, but still below. They got to get that damage. There it is. Okay, gives them a little bit of time. The question is, do you go for that loot, play for the heals, and kind of wait this one out? Try to force another battle is going to be the real question.
What's unfortunate about that whole situation, as they do run over, pick up the loot, is those players were weak. It was active surge, so they didn't get a ton of damage to accumulate in terms of that Storm Surge leaderboard, but they're making their way back on over. They were able to kind of see the ground before. Not too many teams were rotating through the south side of this pool. Most of them through the middle. The rest is going to be towards the north, so it's going to be a rather easy rotation for them, especially since they can go underneath the bridge. But a farther pull for Bugha, Rapid, and Threats. And if you look at their material count, if you look at the empty weapon item slots, Monster, this game has not been too good for them.
Yeah, I was just going to say, all the teams kind of taking note of Clix's rotate down that river bend is just such a beautiful rotate. A couple of teams are trailing down there. Bugha, Rapid, and Threats taking the high road, and you can see the difference here. They're met with the resistance all the way through. It really just shows you the little differences in how you approach your endgame strategy and how things are going to set up. Yanto, Higgs, and Clix. It's no surprise that one player's down here because they had to force the engagements here, but unfortunately, Clix is going to be caught from behind. Higgs now down to put up the fight here. Great tag here onto Bugha's trio. Still looking for a little bit more. 74 above. This is not a safe position to be in by any means right now. Yamza on the hunt here. They're playing two different angles. Booga under pressure from the lobby. Rapid falls probably to the storm there, so Higgs is going to be excited about that. They're going to know, hey, the team to our right could be a potential pickup, but first, got to get to the new zone here.
Oh, and it does cut back on over towards the north. You see the whole edge of that zone right now overcrowded. Booga's feeling the pressure of it, runs out of builds, tries to go right back on over towards Threats. Creon gets cleaned up. You see the very little bit of mass being spread out between Threats and Booga. And now they don't really have the luxury to be one of the first teams to rotate. They have to let all these teams rotate out first before they can even move a step. But over on that left side, Muzz, Rise, Yapko, they already made their way on over. Agers, Acorn, Pollo, Peterbot, Cold, Ritual, a lot of our top teams on that leaderboard being very, very proactive for these next couple of zones.
Yeah, Aegis, Boyo, and Acorn continue to do these late rotates. This is like an after game one adjustment to their strategy. Peterbot somehow a little lagging behind as well here on the move, but I'm most interested in the high ground. Reet is on height. Let's not forget, Reet came into this game in second place, so if Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual can't find themselves some prime position to make this end game go all the way through to the end, it's going to be all but over for that lead they've managed to build themselves. Look at this setup right here. They have fully connected this space now. They are matted up to the gills here, and it is looking like a coup win here potentially.
Yeah, what a transformation of this trio. Reet starting off as the IGL, then the global champion, takes the driver's seat a little bit. Dual forces here is underneath Pollo, Acorn, Agers. Just trying to make sure everybody stays off of their low ground. If they cross their path, it is going to come at a risk, but now moving up over the mountain. They find an opportunity. Booga goes down. That was what they were looking at. Since they no longer could solidify it, they see threats as well. They're assessing the situation right now, seeing if any of that loot can be theirs to grab, but the zone is going to pull back to over towards the south, so no max pulls for anybody in this lobby.
And this is kind of interesting because Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual have all this old material they can recycle essentially for this rotate. However, we know they're not content with not being active in these end games. Expect them to make a big move, and no one has looked up for high ground just yet. So what you have right now is Coop, Curling, and Reet with this monstrous, fully kind of developed fortress taking place right now. And it's only going to become more and more difficult to overtake them. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, like I said, we're going to be looking for them to get active right here.
Yep, and already you're seeing a team below, a team above, not letting them have that easy rotation over. But on the other side, it actually a launch pad coming up. Oh no, they broke the launch pad. Peterbot goes down as well. Everybody right now is just running off script, trying to make something happen with the blunders that are right in front of them. Cold and Ritual, yet again, down as a duo.
How did all of these plans just get spoiled? Everything went south at the same time, and we caught it on broadcast. That is just crazy. I'm wondering what's going through the minds of these players right now, but Aminish and Braids have a chance now. Kind of as they control this second height layer. They're looking up, they're looking down, still not content with exactly what they're going to do just yet. They're going to play for the front side of zone. Meanwhile, Iamzo and Higgs are still alive. Now officially inside the top 10. Acorn, Aegis, and Pollo had been taken out to the hands of Taki's trio there. And this is just really starting to go downhill for everyone else in the lobby. But if you're Recoup and Curly, you are absolutely thrilled at the opportunity here to start dropping your way up to the top of the standings.
And this is the very first time throughout these past couple of zones a team has even had a chance to try to look up, and they're being persistent on top of that. So they're going to have to really start thinking of a plan B if things do go sideways. And Reed's already being the lead charge. He's going to try to reconnect, but down below, it's Cold and Ritual running wild yet again. Even with Peterbot going down, they deserve all the credit in the world for making something of these games, particularly Ritual, because once again, in another game, he's a solo.
And Muzz and Japko still up too. This is insane. All the teams that have continued to make these endgame placement points are still in the running. Muzz, Rise, and Japko, arguably the only healthy trio that can actually challenge for height. Did Reed's team expend too much material? We're going to find out here and now as the pressure finally starts to come up. But he breaks the build there. Can he get some damage? No. They end up using the kneecappers to get off here. But look at how they've already started preemptively editing these floors now. They're thinking about making the break here. Players are starting to come down, though. You get to see it from Reed's perspective. 28 builds still, plenty to work with. Kneecapper in hand as he jumps up, just really taking advantage of the high ground hold here.
Near miss. No, even takes a little bit of fall damage. Curly goes down to Muzz. That's a big blunder, but Reed's still battling for it. Muzz, Rise, they're trying to make their way up. Yapko's still alive. The trio's taking everything they got and putting it to the test as Cooper goes down as well. And now we have another team on the high ground. And Monster, this is redemption. Remember last game, they lost a crucial 1v1 to Clicks to lose the game overall, and now it's their time to shine.
How's the Yamzo still standing, by the way, inside the top 5, clutching up points right now? Aviv, Chip, and Skittles, though. Pressure's on them. Conversations on them right now. What can they do? But hold up. Don't count out Higgs. He's still going. 6 eliminations now. Trying to find another. Reed jumps down to low ground. Desperate, and he gets swallowed up by Yamzo, too. In a complete finish, Yamzo, though, goes for the sacrifice plays. Higgs playing the outside of zone. Finds a shot into Muzz. He could be the disruptor. Everything's starting to fall now, and the story is unfolding as Higgs is the last man standing there behind the wall, but Muzz wins the game there in a reverse fashion.
Yeah, they got their revenge, and they got it on the team that took them down in that last game. Muzz, Rise, and Yapko are finally catching that form. They land at Shining Shafts. The zone moved in their favor, and they played that one to perfection. All the way down, Monster, to picking up that high ground play at the perfect moment to take down Curly, Rise, and Cooper.
I'd love to see the story kind of go back and forth right now, but it's all eyes on Muzz, Rise, and Japco here to talk about having the heart to go for high ground here. We thought it was all but over as Coop and Ritual or Reet there had the high ground kind of safe and sound, but look at Japco cook here, picking up Elim after Elim, and then closes the deal onto Higgs, and Higgs nearly clutched that one out. What a game 4 that was for us there, Zeke.
Let's go, Muzz! Let's go, Muzz! Yapko and Rise! We now have had 2 games back-to-back super solid from the duo. We don't talk about those first 2 games, Vivid. Don't worry about those games. They don't exist. But to see this trio come out strong, we're starting to hit the ground running. We're starting to build that momentum. Has got to feel so good for the trio. That was a crazy game. Height swapping hands, trios looking to fight other trios in different situations, just saying like, hey, I ain't got nothing, you ain't got nothing. Let's just fight. Let's see how it goes.
You know, I feel like not looking at their first 2 games is almost is a disservice to them. I think by showing that the first 2 games were really rough for them, and then they in game 3 we saw this just tiny little adjustments being made, and then we see what can happen when you're able to kind of self-reflect and look at what changes you need. And this is what happened. Muzz, Yapko, and Rise now able to get the first victory royale of the day for them, and they did it in a fashion that we hadn't really seen yet for North America, which is taking high ground around zone 11. So many times, Vivid, we've seen these teams just kind of let whoever has high ground control high ground, and Muzz said, we saw what happened to us last game, we're now going to take it.
I gotta say, zone 11, even into zone 12 here, one of the hardest moments to actually take high ground, I feel like, in Fortnite competitive. I mean, super impressive for them to kind of pull it off, but I mean, there was just no like pressure kind of being returned from the high ground team from Reed, Cooper, and Curly, right? Like they were kind of just up there kind of shooting for free, no pressure being returned. They finally get the builds knocked down. One of the trios, or one of the members of the trio on height, goes down to the fall damage. Is super well played. They kind of applied that pressure throughout the entirety of the end game, and finally when that pressure ended up paying off, they of course went for the take, the 3v2, and cleaning it up. Again, we have like the head-to-head trio, Clix's trio versus Muzz's trio at the end. Of course, this time flip-flopping around, Muzz's trio comes out on top, gets that win, but super great Fortnite from this trio for the past 2 games.
Absolutely, bro. We are again trying to play for consistency. We've got 3 spots on the line going to globals. Pressure is on with 2 games left to go. We can't wait to show you guys the standings, but first, a quick break. When we return, about to blow your mind. See you in a little bit. All right, welcome back to the FNCS. Time to blow your mind, okay? Are you ready for this? Because we're going to look at these standings, and when you see who's at the top of these standings, prepare to have your mind blown. It's a tie, 310 to 310 right now. Clicks is going head-to-head with Peterbot, Higgs, Iamzo, Ritual, Cold. It's a battle. I mean, David, quick math, the points, hit me.
What points? 310 minus 310 is 0. Zeke, they're tied,
No,
man.
third place, Vivid, read my mind.
Oh, the third place. 57. Boom.
Oh,
job.
good. That was fast math.
That's great.
My
Dude,
goodness.
he's so good at math. I cannot believe after just 4 games here in Major number 2 finals, we are already seeing 2 trios stand above the rest and they're tied. And again, Kelly, when trios like this start to pull away from everybody else, it gets that much more difficult to try and rein them in. I mean, I want to see this because I want to see clicks at globals, but someone stop Peterbot, please.
It's so hard to stop Peterbot. Actually, I should change that. It's so hard to stop Cold and Ritual right now because they have just been doing such a good job when they go down into a duo. And obviously, Peterbot is grabbing a ton of eliminations in the early and mid game so that when he does go down, he's still bringing value to his trio here. But truly, it is definitely Cold and Ritual that have been carrying these end games, Vivid.
Yeah, I can't believe we're in like game 4 and we haven't had Peterbot kind of alive in the final moments for the trio, right? Like crazy stuff. Haven't had a Peterbot-esque game. I was for sure thinking, first 3 games, whatever. We'll start the same in game 4, game 5. Nah, has not shown up yet, but that just means that Ritual and Cold, they're showing up for sure. And another trio that, of course, is showing up. Heck, I say trio. Why don't we go ahead and keep talking on duos right now? Higgs and Iamzo being the duo, kind of the pop off this game, clutching up from 19th, 18th place when Clicks went down all the way to 2nd place as a duo. Eventually Higgs being the solo. That's crazy.
He literally, every time we would turn back to Higgs, he would now have 2 more eliminations. Just every time we went to look at him, he's just going back, and he's doing such a good job right now, especially when we saw Clicks have such an incredible end to game number 3 there. To carry that momentum on after Clicks goes down just a little bit early is exactly what they need right now. They're an emotional team. They definitely fly off of those vibes, and so I think Higgs being able to make it into the final 2 teams is definitely keeping those vibes up right now. And we said it at the start of the show, the only way a team is going to be able to rival Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot is if they can bring the elims like they can. And look at that, Zeke. It is just a 1 elim difference between those 2 trios.
It's so crazy, isn't it, Kelly? The way they're mirroring each other, right? Like, look at the placement points, look at the elims, look at the VRs. They are taking steps at the same time, just little tiny differences, and yet they are still going head to head. And remember, Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, they're already qualified, right? So if we ended the tournament right now, 2nd through 4th place would be securing themselves a seat on the battle bus going to globals, right? Like, obviously we still have more games to play, but man, these trios are showing up and just putting on some fantastic Fortnite. With 2 games left to go, what are we hoping to see out of this game? Like, I would love to see more Reet, of course, but like, is there things you guys are hoping to see with 2 games left to go?
That's exactly what I was going to say. I want to see a Reet victory royale. When you look at the leaderboard right now, it is all of the big names with a single VR, except for Reach Trio.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's what everybody's kind of asking for right now. And I know one in particular person who's probably about to crash out and is definitely asking for it. A South Zone, right? I mean, Kanada's trio, Jacob kind of called it out that game. They're the trio right now with the most distance traveled. So they're really putting on an effort to kind of make it into the end games. But like I mentioned, right, landing at the southeast side, all the way in that corner. I mean, most of the zones they're going to have to run, but holy cow, some of these zones, they've really got to run.
Okay, everyone, just manifest South Zone. Okay, here we go. Together now. Manifest South Zone. Okay, Jacob PR, MDF, manifest South Zone. Keep manifesting it.
Come on, Zeke. We know you are not changing the script. We know what's going on over there. This has been some incredible stuff. I mean, if you get these zones like this, you need to be up at the top of the standings. And you know what? For Clix's trio, they're doing just that.
Yeah, and it's coming out for the back of changing their entire strategy in the last Division Cup finals, because more times than not, they loot their POI, they go to the black market, and they find their surge there. So a huge switch up, and it's actually working out for them. With game number 5 ready, let's get into it. This is it right now, Monster. A first place tie at 310 points. 2 games left to close out our day. Then everybody gets a little bit of a break. A little bit of break to hit the VOD reviews, make what little adjustments you can, because then tomorrow we crown a new FNCS champion for Major 2.
Yeah, and the truth is, I mean, how do you adjust after the first 4 games play out almost identically back to back to back? Like I said, the teams that started performing well just look to be refining their strategy ever so slightly game after game, and this is exactly why the leaderboard looks the way it does right now. And Zeke called it best. If you just ended the tournament right now, I mean, it is going to come down to the teams that, of course, are well within that top 5 right now, and they're starting to break away with a monstrous lead. In Jacob, what I'm thinking about, what does that do to the mental, fatigue, right? Game after game, getting eliminated, maybe short of where you want to be. Like, a lot of this does come down to mentality.
Yeah, and I do think tomorrow, some of those teams, we might see a switch get flipped, a little bit more aggression, especially in some of these contested fights where you want to try to get, a victory or a disengage. Obviously, you want to win as fast as possible, and already double knocks going down for both of these teams, but only one of them is instantly going to be revived, and it's actually 3 teams overall at Brutal Boxcars, and these are the type of things I expect to continue on for day 2, depending on where you're at on the leaderboard. If you want to make some money, if you want to go to the global championship, or you want to win the FNCS, you're going to have to make up the pace with eliminations.
Oh, yes. I mean, and you know what? Some teams do well on day 2. Let's go back to history, right? With Acorn and what he's been able to kind of restructure and bounce back, but there's other trios that have never done that, right? They just don't have it in them, and or it's even harder to go ahead and kind of dig deep and find that moment for yourself. But again, so many new trios are here, a lot of new opportunity. Let's just go ahead and lock in for this little battle right now. Polish Jackson, Zach, finally looking to initiate here onto Cyrus, Zyre, and Naps. Okay, so Cyrus's team here putting some points on the board now, finally catching their momentum, right? Catching a little streak for themselves here coming into game number 5, and for once they have to drop to themselves, but it's gonna be short-lived as Noah W plays his team, starts to rotate in. They find Polis disengaging on the outskirts here. I expect a full collapse here shortly,
especially since he is going to be a solo. I for a second thought his teammates were on top of the Brutal Boxcars mountain, but nope, he's just by himself. And there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders to at least give his team a chance to reboot something in this game. As you jump on board, Noah, Chaos, Kaz is not staying as long as they would over towards the black market. This time around, they're just going to get their loot and get on out. Muzz, Rise, Yapko, quick to get their early elimination onto 1 and push the team out. And this is where I'm saying everything kind of speed up here in the 5th game of the day.
time is flying by as well, as these rounds are already starting to come to a close. Muzz, Japco, and Rise, though, look at their points right now. Just jumping back up into the conversation after somehow finding themselves trailing out 2 games. Basically, the first and second not going in their favor, falling somewhat in the middle of the pack, and then a second and first place back-to-back against the likes of Clix's Trio. So love to see these stories just start to come full circle, but it also shows you that you can come back from a bad position on the standings with 2 big games. So do not count these trios out for games 5 and 6. Anything can still occur here.
I think there's still the chance up for when you get into day 2, how many drop spots will change up overall. I've already seen some throughout the day on NA, as it does look like Bolts, Kanata, and Sphinx did get that armored vehicle, extra heals, and just rotating right towards the Kappa Cap factory. Very, very similar strategy they did in that last game to get some early surge.
Gotta appreciate these early surge strategies. However, this one right here, ooh. I was gonna say it's like playing chicken. Like, who's gonna jump first? King jumps first there. I'm not even sure Kanata saw him, but after the rock broke, clearly Kanata's looking to dive in now. just a straight jokes when you really think about it.
Feel sorry for him, but it's only gonna be a knock. His teammate, solo player, still down low at the POI. They dropped at. He's trying to pickaxe. Doesn't necessarily, I don't think it works the same with the med mist. I think it's just the water sprites for the most part. But you're seeing everybody just trying to get as many tricks underneath their sleeve. Storm Surge, it kind of frees up your game plan. You can continue to stay in your surge tower. You can rotate early while every other team has to stagger themselves back. It gives you a lot of options as they look across. Phenom trying to dodge the initial fight at the bridge, but the fight comes to him. He goes down regardless.
Yeah, unfortunately taken out right there, and Eulogy, Yusuf left to contemplate their decisions, and no, Yusuf taken out as well. So Eulogy just completely doubling back now here, kind of giving up the positioning. Player along the outskirts. Probably not even going to have an opportunity to play for those cards either. It's giving the
one that got the eliminations continues to rotate towards the north along with the zone. That'll allow him to go back into the zone, get the reboot back up, and depending on how far it pulls, his teammate will be able to get a little bit of a chance to let up. Syra is taking down Polus. We saw Polus was a solo, so that team is out of the game here in game number 5. They got one more last chance on the day, and hopefully they can make some minor adjustments with the time that they have at their hands.
You can see while we're chilling in the early game, go check out that shop. Pretty sick merch. They're starting to approach the FNCS Pro-Am coming up. There's so much exciting stuff happening here. It's definitely feeling like such a finals weekend so far. Got to respect the competitors, giving us an amazing set of first 4 games. And things are just heating up. Things are just getting interesting now, Jacob, because we have a tie, right? 3-10 between Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, Clixie, Yamzo, and Higgs.
See, they've averaged 11.7 eliminations per finals this season. And you can see that's on a kind of a downward trend, because game 1 they have 6, game 3 they have 7, last game they have 7. The only game they have at that average or more is game 2, where they actually were able to pull off that victory royale. And you're seeing how the change of pace is really affecting a team like this, rightfully so. The most aggressive team, I feel like, in the history of the game, particularly the FNCS. And when you kind of force them to slow things down, really think about their moves, sometimes it just gives your opponents a little bit more time to work with and kind of formulate a strategy to fight back.
Just to go down history lane, I think the most aggressive team in all history, MMB.
Ah, you got
you know. All right, I'm just gonna put it out there. Peterbot is the GOAT, but the trio GOATs, MMB all day. But Tony, Noisy, Creon right here, getting active right now. A little bit of a kind of messy fight here for the teams here, but Brutal Boxcars has just been this all day long. You know, starting off, Tony's team was doing so well, maintaining kind of their top 5 position, and it just seems like that strategy not sustainable for them, as it's kind of like digested its way down into just, again, messy fight here at the Brutal Boxcar.
And it almost surprises me because of the buff, so to say, to pump power, where they're landing at, the extra gold, the dill bits. You can see the extra splashes, and the mythic AR that they no longer have because they just lost it in Creon. I would expect them to kind of be following suit to the meta, you know, using the extra heals that they know they can get from the black market to try to get surge, but they're staying true to what they know, playing aggressive. Unfortunately enough, though, it did cost them in this game, giving up not only that mythic collateral AR, they gave up some splashes, they gave up hope to Josh, Causers, and Magma.
Yeah, definitely. And they're just going to move on out. So everyone here just somewhat disengaging, but another team rotating in. So we'll catch up with that fight in just a second. For now, though, we just catch up. Let's catch up with Curly, Ree, and Coop here. They have just found themselves in high ground. They found themselves in multiple end games, and time again, they've played this so well. Last game, though, you just couldn't expect Muzz's trio. Kelly had a feeling that Muzz's trio was going to end up taking a stab at it, but for so long, no one looked up. No one even tried to contest them, right? It makes you wonder, why is it that they had so much time up there by themselves?
Yeah, it's just, I think the chaos of the zone pulling towards the north, a lot of teams expending their materials, and then Storm Surge on top of that, kind of forcing everybody to go box to box, toe to toe. Bryce just peeking out, trying to land some shots on Evan and Sandman, and Peterbot over towards Crime City. Finally a fight where they can start to feel a little bit more confident, and that's going to show as Peterbot gets the first drop onto Jojo Fishy. Pike's trying to disengage, but Cold hot on his tail. And immediately as he runs away, they backtrack to try to 3v1 the last solo that's here, which is a Yoxi. Luckily for him, his teammate's going to get a chance regardless of what happens to get the reboot cards.
I like this push right here from Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. This is looking very reminiscent of Major 1 type aggression right now. Taking these fights, wrapping them up, and getting the damage this way.
See, I thought he was going to be able to get out. It was just a wild thought in my imagination. But Peterbot, he's getting back to his old form, Monster. He went and pushed him as a solo. He said, you two handle this. I'll take charge on the other side. And this is after already getting this elimination on the Jojo Fishy to open up the fight.
You see Jojo, like, he was just so many steps behind. Peterbot already had the cone in there. It was already, you know, kind of building. My gosh. It shows you how sharp he is. Updating the look on the standings here in real time. Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot set of eliminations thrust them way up. 4 points for Elam really does start to come into effect, especially later into the tournament when teams start to slow down, really think about their positioning, and almost, you know, harbor the fact that they are in the standings, in the race for a win. It's always those adjustments in the strategy that can end up backfiring. But a team like Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, they've already qualified for globals. They are just playing differently, and they're going to continue to play better because they don't have those pressures, right? That's my one concern about Clix, Yamzo, and Higgs.
Yeah, and I know I said it last game about Kanada's team. Well, after game number 4, there's a new team in first in terms of distance traveled on the map, and that's Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual. It's not a large number distance, maybe like 6 meters between them and Kanada's team, but it just goes to show, even though they do land closely towards the north side of the zone, they're still constantly rotating around, trying to find damage so that they don't end up having to think about it when they're already below the threshold and really out of options. See the Brutal Box cars just at the edge of the mountain. That's where Bucky, Cam, and Oka's going to position themselves at. It's kind of separated, though. You see Oka's on the side of the mountain with the drum gun. He's going to be the one kind of appointed the role of just spotting out a lot of those teams with that thermal scope.
I was going to say, I don't know why they're down here. We all know they need to start heading towards Magic Mosses. This mountain is only going to be briefly lived. Visual Braids and Diminish. A little bit of an exchange here at the Brutal. Seems like Muzz's team has managed to rotate ahead. Already cutting off these late trios.
This is where it starts to make you think, because there's that trio right in front of them, just outside of Brutal. Remember, we saw Bucky, Okus, and Cam. Just south of Brutal, a team Visual Braids and Diminish could potentially run into. And so they got to start assessing the situation. They look at all these structures built from small boxes to surge bases, and they're just trying to formulate a strategy of how are we going to rotate into this mess. Going towards the mountain might not be our best play, so I can see a team like them rotating to the north and then going to the east to try to find their comfort.
Here's a team that hasn't moved from their drop. Still Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold. Oh, for a second, I thought we jumped in with Clixus. I'm tripping. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold at the lone wolf layer. I was like, hold up. Got a little too comfortable with the team that's normally here. Look at this ridiculous stat. Peterbot has had the most damage dealt in his last 4 FNCS finals across everyone, essentially on the region, really showing you just how much of a force, how much of a juggernaut he is. I would say, though, this final so far, right after these first 4 games, Ritual and Cold really have been the center force of this team's dynamic, of the team's success.
Uh-oh. Ooh, did they get it? I thought it was just barely hanging on with the med miss smoke. 20 is going to go down. Liam and Broken from one fight. They're already getting pursued by Visuals, Braids, and Diminish. Looking at this as a chance of some easy surge. This Broken is going to be on the other side. Slow playing their role right here. They don't want to get too antsy because remember, this is all enemy territory in terms of builds. So really just trying to just take their time. They have the gold splashes, extra pickaxe swing. They see Liam on the other side. Now it's a decision of how they're going to try to 3v1. They do have an opportunity here. Liam tries to break his way down, skirts his way through these boxes, just a little bit of safety.
See visuals losing track for a second, kind of getting frazzled in the mix there. And I gotta say, the pacing, this game has been honestly very much consistent. We haven't had a dull moment yet. So many teams looking to engage on one another. Peterbot mixing up the strategy here, really bringing us a whole new dynamic right to their play style right now. And this zone is still playing to the north, so very, very interesting to watch how, again, teams refining their plays round after round, especially when the zones have been very much similar every single game. But Liam re-engaging now onto the team, but visuals with the side jump here. Both sides still knowing that they punished each other, though. The confidence is there. It's going to come down to one huge shot. Braids, though, gets tagged in the exchange, and a beautiful piece right there onto Broken. Going to put them in the lead now. 700 damage above from 200 to 7. They're very much comfortable now.
And they can focus primarily on those rotations. You saw the battle that they're going to have to go through as it literally goes over Magic Mosses again. No, this is not Deja Vu or a rerun. It's just where we like to see our competitors try to frantically find their way in. 681 for Reek, Cooper, and Curly. Not much distance for them to cover from Flooded Fogs to where they're at now, but instead of going deep into the zone, they're going to find themselves onto the edge and kind of box up and make space, seeing if they can spot out some other teams in the distance, but they get spotted out first by Taki, Ishao, and Vert. Just some cheeky shots being traded back and forth, nothing to connect and nothing to build the confidence to go in.
Fortnite servers could be working on its own personal record for the amount of Magic Moss's endgames in consecutive order on a finals day. As we are approaching zone 6 now, and I'm just looking at the northwest lining here from Tyler Curve and Shadows. They're gonna have to continue to make this trek across the field past the pump power. Love the double splash here to make sure they're capped off, but someone's lurking behind and finds a couple cheeky tags there before they get on the move. Meanwhile, Phenom Osid, oh no, below the surge here. Bryce is barely handing on as well. G Monster falls there. And they just get themselves above the threshold here. Talk about an unfortunate turn of events here just outside the pump power, and they're also left to play the storm, so they really don't have much to work with.
Yeah, they're going to take a long rotation around, but since it is pulling, a lot of those teams will end up stacked on the south side, so they're kind of relying on the fact that they're hoping the north side, rather slow approach, is going to have less congestion and an easier spot for them to position themselves in as Peterbot Ritual cold. I wouldn't say they're the highest team up, because you look across, you see the only other team threatening that position, but they have their eyes on them. That's a team they're going to be looking at from zone to zone, depending on where it pulls, to make sure that they're the ones that have the best chance to solidify high ground.
Yeah, the team I would be most concerned with is definitely that Muzz, Jack Corner Rise trio right there. We've already saw that they have the ability to retake high ground, even from some of the best on the region. Meanwhile, look at this high ground hold right here. Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo. No surprise to see them once again positioned very, very well here. And not only that, they're kind of away from the congested southern area, right? They've already read this playbook here, and they're doing it very, very perfectly as far as their position is concerned. Causer's kicking things off with a kneecapper, opening up a nice little elimination for himself there.
Beautiful shots by Causers. Remember, he was the one early on that took down Creon. That's how he was able to get these extra splashes. That's how he was able to get the mythic collateral AR. But since they were so congested over at Brutal Boxcars, you see they weren't really allowed a lot of opportunities to get surged, and so they're barely 34 above, and with his teammate getting knocked, it's a lot of pressure on him as a solo, as you see where it's going to pull all the way on over towards the east. So a good portion of the lobby getting a medium-sized pull, but there are some players that did get that max.
Yeah, definitely. Clix's trio was one of the few teams on that max pull here. Boyo, Aegis, and Acorn sizing up the high ground team. No surprise there, and they notice another trio goes for the break. It's actually Acorn who sets up the break. So they had the information downloaded because Acorn was under the base. And now they're going to be looking to rotate across here. Splash comes out. Time to commit here now. And there they go. High ground is there. Shout out to Acorn with the information play right there.
That was perfect for them, and now they're the team just at the edge of the zone on high ground, but they look across, immediately set their eyes on Bolt Sphinx and Kanata and go to work yet again. Agers, precision is his specialty, and he took no damage while at it. And for a lot of these teams that are already positioned on the high ground, it's just a waiting game, see where the zone pulls. But for down below, you're seeing a lot of the chaos erupt. They become the focus, shots breaking through, but they're able to get the double revive off. Quick med miss smoke going down. But eventually, they're going to have to turn this situation around because they're only 3 damage above the threshold. They have to figure out a way to work, and they have to figure it out now because they've just fallen below.
The metal being the big difference for them right there, keeping them in the game here. But 28 above, barely holding on here. A slither of hope in a dream right now. This is the worst we've seen Curly, Ree, and Coop right now as we're approaching into this final rotating zones here. And they're right amongst the congestion, trying to decide which way to go here and now. Where layers are available, barely any, but oh, nice little find for some loot there. And still though, greed starting to kick in here as they're trying to just kind of regather themselves. That little fight just cost him so much material usage there. Meanwhile, Acorn, Pollo have that high ground on lock right now. And take a look at what they're doing, just putting down so much pressure. You would have thought Kanata would have been happy, put a little bit of a zone pull there, but no, forced to kind of rotate back across now. So you get one, and you get to get taken by another there.
There's really nobody that's really positioned themselves on the front side of zone high ground just yet. Kanata, Bolt Sphinx, they're on that side. Aviv, Skittles, Chimp, they're on that side as well, but they might not have the material to back it up. But on the low ground, 300 plus damage above. You're seeing them find little opportunities like this. It's actually Cooper. Remember when they were getting focused? This is who was at the cause of it all. Cold, Peterbot, Ritual. They take down Cooper and leave them as a duo.
Their big play right here. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold haven't looked any better than this. Cat material, final moving zone starting to play out here. And we might be witnessing this team really look to separate themselves from the pack, but not before we get an update with Clix History and see how they're doing. But first, Threats, Rapid, and Booga. A knock comes into Threats, but it's not over just yet. High ground still being beautifully maintained by Pollo, Acorn, and Agers. A textbook strategy here now. Do keep in mind, though, they are so high up that they're not connected to any other builds, right? So this structure is going to become increasingly vulnerable as the zone starts to pull across.
So we're going to be looking at some teams, particularly this one, to maybe see if they like the odds of being able to look at high ground. Click Siamzo Higgs, they're getting pressured. Backside of the zone, he almost gets lost from the rest of his teammate, but he's still figuring out a way back. Almost going through unscathed until that moment. 50 shields gone just like that, but the builds that he just had to expend in this situation, an immense amount, but he still figures out a way back to his teammate. Meanwhile, Peterbot getting PC on the other side. Doesn't matter who crosses his path, he's ready to take him down.
Yeah, critical moment right now for all the teams on your screen here. Agers, Acorn, Pollo. It just looks like the recipe for success on NA is don't even look for height. Just take it and then play it out, ride it out, and make yourself an endgame. Meanwhile, everyone else is doing the dirty work for you. Clicks this team in a box fight here down to the low ground. They're in desperate need of the refresher, but teams on both sides of the layers here. But Yamzo and Higgs are cooking up. And finally now they get that elimination that they were looking for down there. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, though, cooking on the mid-ground layer, starting to work their way up towards height. They are looking to go ahead and do something big here. Up Peterbot goes. He is inching his way up. He's got plenty of mass to play with. Look at him work.
Yep, he's already changed layers. They didn't go for the high ground just yet, but now he's reassessing the situation. But as soon as that happens, they put the pressure down and the battle's gonna begin. Peterbot's going up. He's now warmed up and primed, ready to go, and he's instantly on the high ground. Ritual, Cold on the other side. They're following suit. Does look like Acorn probably made the call to disengage. It's not worth it, especially with the materials they likely have already expended.
And look at that. He now starts to target them, gets to the front side. He is just outplaying them little by little, but Acorn's team goes for the med miss. That's the perfect play to keep this team distracted, keep them on their toes. Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold can't really get situated here, and they're starting to run out of material. There goes the little mad split count. Peterbot steps into the zone, but no! Ritual falls there from another team that seemed to have focused him.
And high ground, it pushes back. They are all ready for it, but with Ritual going down, that leaves him in a 2v3 situation. Peterbot quickly running out of builds, 3 materials left, forced to drop down low. Cold is gonna follow, and they've retaken their glory in the clouds. Pollo, Agers, and Acorn have waited for this moment. They have 9 eliminations and are looking for more.
If Ritual didn't fall there, that was a ridiculous play from Peterbot, but hold up. He's still going. Don't count him out just yet. This is what we've been waiting for. Now he's the last man standing here. Rapid barely switched away, and he misses the chance, the opportunity for the Siphon. No mats now, and it's all up to him.
We've seen him in these situations before. Starting the game off a little bit colder than we'd expect, but he's still hunting a predator in the jungle right now, trying to figure out where they're at. There goes almost a 1 pump. That's Kazis who goes down, and a pick-me-up opportunity as he gets the Chug Jug and the Siphon mats.
Notice he looks back, tries to see what else is there for me to go ahead and absorb here, but there's nothing. Meanwhile, right below him, Clicks, Iamzo's trio just waiting there for him. Down bodies everywhere. The time has got to be perfect, and then you attack. Peterbot's ready, but misses the first shot, finds another one, finishes off. Clicks there, goes back to the zone, finds a flopper. This is going to buy him a couple moments, but is it going to be enough? No, it is not. And now we're up to the last few players. Japco is up top, though, trying to play for the back-to-back victory right now, but Iamzo and Higgs are not going to let that happen.
Yep, we've seen them perform already on the day as a duo. They already got a victory royale under their belt, and both solos are just climbing higher and higher up. A situation didn't really expect, and now they're both into the zone. Pollo running around, trying to buy himself some extra time from second to third. Those extra points could be the difference, but he goes down. Elimination being gathered up by Iamzo. The kneecappers are going off, but it's not enough. The first team to win 2 games today goes to Iamzo, Higgs, and Clicks.
And it is back and forth, a race for the victories between Muzz's trio and Clicks' here. All around, though, a spectacular showing. And who would have thought they would have won another game? Jacob, these north zones have to be taken off the conversation, because if it keeps going this way, it just makes sense that these teams are performing so well. But that is a part of the formula here. Let's just watch it back, though, one more time. Iamzo, Higgs, and Clicks just got so active at this mid-game. We weren't even focused on them, though, right? We were watching it from Peterbot's perspective.
Yeah, and you see in multiple eliminations, this is where Clicks eventually goes down to the Storm, but he was able to do enough damage, give his teammates enough resources to continue to hold the entirety of that low ground and everybody else behind them. They were all in shambles. Up until this point, they needed to go for a home run that did not land. Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo, we now know they're in first. By how much, Zeke? Let us know.
Oh my God! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is the craziest FNCS we've ever seen. Okay, it's up there. It's like top 5. I cannot believe the quality of games we're getting today. Are you insane? Especially the fact that half of this is done by just duos, right? Oh my gosh, congratulations to Clicks, Iamzo, and Higgs. You guys are putting on a crazy run. I just cannot believe how far ahead. 411 points. And to set that into perspective, Peterbot is at 374 right now. These guys are on a legendary run.
This is insane. I mean, not just the fact that we have Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo currently in first place right now, almost at the end of day 1, which I don't know if we have ever actually seen, but also all of these end games, Vivid, are mind-blowing. I couldn't have tried to predict the end games being this way in a million years, where we have all the big teams grabbing victory royales and Clicks grabbing the second one finally, but all these different teams controlling high ground, and we have all of our big teams coming down to duos and solos. I don't know what is going on this end game, but I'm here for it.
I mean, it's just insane to me that consistently the 2 teams that are getting top 2 over the past 3 games are the same ones. Clicks, Higgs, Iamzo, Muzz, Rise, and Yapco on the other side of it, right? They are just trading second place, first place, back and forth right now. Another incredibly well-played game from Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo, and they went into this endgame with 0 eliminations. They ended up finding 9 total. incredible stuff, right? They're playing their end game so very, very well. And I'm not gonna lie, those first 2 games that kind of happened on the day, I was like, oh yeah, maybe, you know, they kind of showed us what we could kind of expect. Maybe the group stage was kind of giving us a little bit of insight of how it's going to kind of go for them. We can go ahead and laugh at that group stage performance right now because they are absolutely playing so well right now.
And I love the little adjustments that we're seeing from this trio, a trio that stays to the front side of zone. But from this point on, we can see, or not this point on, it's zone 12. But earlier on in that game, they stay kind of in the middle of zone right there. And I really do appreciate that the elevation and the ground was kind of weird. And I think that they avoided the front side of low ground because of that. And that allowed them to kind of recuperate themselves when clicks did go down. So again, love just these micro adjustments that are coming from these trios.
7th, 8th, 1st, 2nd, 1st. My goodness. Clicks breaks the 4th place curse, and we get a day 1 performance like this. The day's not done. A single game left to go, and of course, 6 games tomorrow. But if Clicks keeps this up, wow. With that being said, we have to prepare ourselves for that last game before we say goodbye. So for now, a break. When we return, we'll break down a few more things and set up for game number 6 from finals. So we'll see you real soon. Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to the FNCS. Day number 1 of finals is on its last game. Day 1 is about laying the foundation. So day number 2, we can come back stronger and look to claim one of 3 spots going to globals later this year. This last game, Clicks Iamzo Higgs got themselves yet another victory royale. They are almost 100 points ahead of 3rd place. Now, obviously, we talked about Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo before we went to breaks. We wanted to kind of go ahead and head down the standings, right? Let's go ahead and focus in on Peterbot, who is not letting go.
So, just to remind everyone of Major 1, we actually saw at the end of day 1, Ritual Cold and Peterbot 90 points below first place, Agers, Acorn, and Poyo. And so, mathematically speaking, if we see another similar game from Peterbot, Ritual, and Cold, they'll be in a better position than where they were in Major 1 after the end of day 1. Now, this is something that we've talked about for the last 2 years about Peterbot especially, is that he is a day 2 player. Historically speaking, throughout all the majors, they have performed exponentially, or not exponentially, but they perform better in day 2. And now with there not being a 1.5x multiplier for the points like what we saw for Major 1, that's no longer going to have as big of an impact as we've seen last year. However, this is the first game we've seen Peterbot have that solo clutch, Vivid, that we know he can pull out.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that flopper right there. Right before the flopper went off, looks like he picked up the Chug Jug, which ended up replacing the flopper in his inventory, so that one didn't go off. Could have maybe potentially even got more from that one right there. But they did such a good job of taking height. They had so many materials. Peterbot just used it to go ahead and pretty much just free build up to the high ground, took it from Acorn, Agers, and Poyo, but it was just one of those scenarios again where Acorn, such a good play, just dipped out in the storm, had a couple of med miss. They just sat back there, and Peterbot knew. He tried to even push into the storm to 1v3 them to prevent that. Ultimately could not do it, but yeah, still good game from them.
Yeah, another great game, obviously, from Poyo, Agers, and Acorn. We saw, once again, Zone 8, a little bit of a tower, which eventually turned into this incredible tarp that they had throughout the entirety of that game until Peterbot did try and steal. But the recovery that we had from this trio, just like you were saying, Vivid, them, once they lost height, pulling back a little bit, healing up, and then going once again for the high ground take. I love being able, it's not just what do you do right, but that when things go wrong for you, how do you handle it? And this is one of the trios that handles it best.
Yeah, and we got to give a quick shout out to Muzzy Advocate and Rise, right? Because while that was all going on between those two trios, they looked up and they were like, hey, listen, we can go ahead and take height again. After games 1 and 2, they were in 19th place. They're now in 5th. What a rise from that trio.
I want to talk about so many more trios, but unfortunately time is out, which means we've got to go back aboard that battle bus for the last time tonight. Yes, I know we are already at game number 6. So buckle up, get your popcorn, because this is it. After today, we call it quits. We come back tomorrow and hope we've VOD reviewed, learned, or done whatever we've needed to do to secure one of 3 spots going to the Global Championship. With that being said, for the last time today, MDF Jacob PR, take it away.
Thank you, Zeke, and that's right. 6 games of Fortnite on the first day, 6 more tomorrow, and we're already in the final moments here. Jacob, who would have thought it'd play out in this way? And now Clicks having 40 points ahead of Peterbot's trio is definitely making it interesting.
Yeah, and I saw on social media after that game that prophecy is what they're calling it, and will that be fulfilled here? It's the last game of the day, Monster. Let's jump right into it. I was talking about the prophecy because if you look at the EU leaderboards of who's on first place, if you look at the match history of Clicks, Higgs, and Yamzo, it is almost identical. They just need to go through this one last game of the day. But what you've also seen, Monster, is a lot of jumps up to the top spots on that leaderboard. We will not crown an FNCS champion today, but the goal is to get as close to the top as possible to give yourself an easier day tomorrow.
It's crazy because we're basically 1 day away from one of the most iconic FNCSs that we may ever have, especially for this year. This is going to be one for the books here, but again, still many games of Fortnite left in front of us. Coop, he's already situated, jumping over to Noah W plays here in his draw spot. He's kind of mixing things up, leaning back towards the Magic Mosses. This has been his bread and butter. The Tick Fuse and Maniac also, of course, contesting them here. So this final game, they're looking to kind of play this one out, opting to disengage just ever so slightly.
Yeah, I think ever since that first couple of games where they are actually fighting it out off of spawn, both teams taking a little bit of a slower approach, get some loot, don't necessarily engage right out of the gates, and give yourself, honestly, a fighting chance. But it does look like one team has priority over that black market than the other. So it's going to be a little bit of extra loot there, but back on over the bridge fight. 6 out of 6 games so far. These two teams have been going at it with just floor loot right out of the gates.
Yeah, this is one that is basically, there are no winners here other than the short-lived victories of your points you're farming up off the gate. This time around, seems like Prom Donnie and Joji are getting their clap back.
I think it's just Yusef by himself across too. Last one left. I do think there's at least another knock. I do think I see an X in the minimap. So 3v1 situation here. Really wouldn't wish it on everybody, especially it is the last game of the day. And it's really going to set the tone and the pace going into tomorrow, depending on how you approach the situation. But Yusef going all in, and he gets sent all the way back down to the lobby.
Things are going to come to a close for Phenom's trio here and now. They're just going to have to reevaluate tomorrow, right? Like, what do you do when you have a drop spot that's kind of not going in your favor? It's one of your first FNCS appearances, right? You really do want to hit the drawing board.
Business as usual over on this side of things, though. Crime City. They land over towards that server room. They get the train, and then they get all of this black market. And through most of these games, except for maybe one of them, it's been Cold kind of basing up on top of this Crime City black market, getting a lot of their surge at the top. This time switching a little bit of the roles. Ritual is going to be the leader of that one this time around. And you're seeing everybody sticking to the game plan. Or at least everybody that we know inside of the top 5 just sticking to the early Storm Surge strategy.
Just got to work on maxing out these materials here and then get straight back to fishing for tags, of course. Click Sionzo and Higgs. Even with, again, how great of a day they've had, those Victory Royales have not come for free by any means. They've all been battled from the low ground, right? These are very impressive wins.
Looking on over into the distance towards Crime City. Oh, Peterbot actually sneaking up. This is second place on first place, Monster. Something I didn't expect, and they're both solos as of now. It is going to be Higgs versus Peterbot, but obviously Higgs' help is going to come a heck of a lot quicker than anybody would expect because they're already there. But Peterbot with the high ground, trying to take the upward approach, jumping on top of Clicks, just doesn't land the shot though. Where is his help? Where is his reinforcements? They're too close behind, and there's nobody that's really taking advantage of it.
And this is what happens when you get too comfortable. Peterbot here trying to really take this game, this tournament, and put it into his own hands. And you can see Cold putting shots in from the side as well. So the reinforcements are starting to arrive. Clicks is on the run here. No HP left for him. And let's not forget those other trios that have been also looking around for tags here are going to start focusing backwards now. A little heal goes off the Clicks there, but he is off. And Peterbot is hot on the heels right now.
Yeah, everybody talks about contesting in Game 12. We wanted it out of Queasy and Thomas at the Global Championship. We got it out of Queasy and Venno at the Invitational. And now we're getting it to end Day 1. Frankie was right on EU. Are we not watching Day 2 already as Clicks goes down? And they're letting him know it was us. It was second place. It was the ones that are on your heels.
And Iamzo is still alive on the outskirts, but my gosh, talk about a turn of events right now. He's all that is left standing here. Jacob, how can he claw back from this one? I mean, there's only a couple of options. Do you think Cold, Peterbot, and Ritual have thought it all out?
I think this is a bold Peterbot call. I think they did think this one out. I think maybe they were saving it for Day 2. But with all the confidence that's being built right now, they say, why not take it under our own control? And Kelly said it, or Vivid, in Major 1, they were down 90 points going into Day 2. Now with them taking down 2/3 of the first place team, this is the best shot that they have to get the lead going into Day 2 themselves.
You know what's the best part about this? The difference between Peterbot, Ritual, and Cole's team and Clix's trio is that this team's already going to Global Championship. They can just focus on being the champions of this major right now.
It's just a confidence move. That's a move I feel like 99% of Fortnite players talk about, but only 5% even have the confidence, if that, to do it. But they reboot into Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual territory over towards Crime City. There's a lot of scraps left behind because you got to think, Monster, how fast they actually made that rotation on over to Lone Wolf to take this fight. So in theory, there should be a lot of loot left behind for the rebooted players.
I was just thinking, like, does he have enough gold, right? Of course he should, given that they land here at the Crime City. Look at this. Cold is sitting there, though. They are thinking about camping the card because, you know, you never know, right? Just in case he comes back, they're just waiting there. But he's picked up the information. I think they figured it out. And they're looking to key right back into it, probably going right back to the Crime City just to go ahead and investigate, see what's going on here.
Yeah, I'm not sure the likelihood of them actually hearing the reboots this far away. But there's only so many places, if you're a Yamzo, you could run and actually try to backtrack in order to go ahead and try to get that reboot. And an uncontested POI, because you know exactly who took you down, that would be one of the first guesses here. But you're seeing a lot of the early game action break it down this time around. Rise down to just a chunk of HP, reunites along with Yapko. The scanner goes down. Positions will be revealed in a few seconds, but it's the time they need to buy to let that be a possibility. And that happens. So Yapko is going to have an extra angle, building space towards the other side of that box. And make sure that when they do eventually fight or disengage out of this situation, they're healthy enough so they don't get taken down.
Hiding on the wrong qualification right now for globals because they need these points and they can't afford to fall here in game 6 now on day number 1. So far, it's looking great for the Major 2 finals performance here for Japco, Rise, and Muzz. And Jacob, they have really been turning online after those first 2 games didn't go their way. They have never looked back.
It almost makes you wonder why they even broke up as a team to begin with, because this is almost like the same pace in Major 1 that they were at. Obviously, the first couple games may have been a little bit smoother for them, but they picked it back up and keeping themselves in that global championship spot qualification conversation. And I think they have finally found them. Peterbot's been on the chase ever since that reboot, and now they sees Higgs, probably knows this outfits, and they're just making sure that this team has no chance at keeping that first place spot intact.
No way they just box up Higgs and like, yeah, you're not going anywhere, son. You're staying right here with us. And then they're letting Cold and Ritual come back. Peterbot puts down Higgs before the backup even arrives. What is going on right now? We are watching a clash of the biggest titans in the Fortnite community right here and now in much different stakes on the line, right? Peterbot is going to globals. This trio's going to globals already. Clix's trio has to keep fighting for it. They need to earn it this time.
Clix, Higgs, Yamzo started this game 36 points ahead of Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. And I feel like they're just saying, hey, we're going to close that point gap, just farming eliminations onto you guys alone. That's 12 points straight off eliminations, closing the gap. It's only a 24-point difference going into the rest of this game as Cooper, Curly, and Reet, they notice the zone has a different trajectory this time around, pulling towards the south finally, what could be the first time today in FNCS in general. And so they're going to use that armor truck that they were able to get early on, along with those extra heals, to rotate as quick as possible and beat every single one of these teams on that rotation.
I was just about to say, for Clixie, Yamzo, and Higgs, you know, it's almost like Peterbot is taunting them too, right? Because they could keep following them. They could take them down, but it's almost like, hey, how badly you want to go to globals, bro? Right? Like it's crazy because there could be a little bit of that extra intentional, like, yeah, let them get away. Let's keep it interesting. It's almost what it feels like here in game 6. But you got to think about it. Every time they get taken down like that and set back, they're not earning surge. They're losing damage. Things are getting reset. Ultimately, they are definitely falling behind right now. This is going to be an extremely rough game in a couple of moments.
Yeah, but on the flip side, if they figure out a way to make it work, keep their first place position intact, it almost begs to ask the question going into day 2, what do you do to stop Clix, Higgs, and Yamzo after what just happened to kind of close out the last game of the day, as they're trying to turn it back. They know Crime City, relatively unlooted. Let's just try to get whatever scraps that we want left behind, kind of fill out the loadout before we continue to rotate in. For them, and a bunch of the other teams on the south side of the zone, this is a much different ball game because now they actually have a chance to set up, a chance to kind of position themselves the way they want to.
Already on the move right now. This is a team that's on the hunt. What's happening over here? Surge bases set up. Almost business as usual for Acorn, Adrian, and Boyer right now.
Man, top 7 in the last 11 NA, FNCS spot. Is that 3 years? 3 majors a year, give or take. Nah, that's almost 4 years of top 7. That is just incredible consistency of one of the best IGLs. Surrounds himself with some of the best players and brings out the best in those players. That's just a testament of the type of person he is.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Undoubtedly. Shadow Curve and Tyler's trying to get back into the mix here. 4 eliminations this game, so a very active game for the Young Bucks here. And they're at 215 points. You gotta give any team that has broken that 200 threshold tons of credit, but this is what we knew would happen. This is what we expected. Clicks, Higgs, and Iamzo being set back so much is gonna force them into just, again, situations that they haven't put themselves in today, given how the zones have kind of played out in their favor. And somehow they luckily get a full reset here, and he managed to actually save Higgs. Or Iamzo here, who was down right now. Like, I didn't even think that was going to be possible. It was looking like it was about to be all over.
Like another reboot was coming in store. That was my thoughts. But there's a second team. G-Money, Bryce, and Osid trying to sneak up towards that mountain. Seeing what all this noise is about. Golden Void and Ozone have to be very, very careful. They've been kind of separated, put into a shambles situation. And there's another team on top of that mountain as well. So I think Clicks, Iamzo, Higgs getting some Storm Surge that they need, damage for what's happened in the early portion of the game, and then just to disengage altogether, especially since where the zone is kind of ending up, it does look like it is going to pull in their favor.
Just looking at the heals here as we're starting to assess this end game right now. Threats, Booga, Rapid, Seaport City getting a little bit of love right now for the first time. Coming into the mid game right now, so no rush for this trio to make a move just yet.
I like that.
Just
Threats
playing
lead
this high
all
ground.
players for damage dealt. Almost 6,800 damage. Even with a lot of those north pulls, I feel like that's been the key to their success in being able to accumulate that Storm Surge. When teams have to rotate time and time again, zone after zone, game after game, they're crossing through their paths. And they've conditioned a lot of the teams just south of Seaport City to either rotate through us, you're going to get surge tags, or go somewhere else altogether.
Already on the move right now. This is their final kind of stretch here to start getting situated before they have to move out of the Seaport City. Hellhound had that mountain before. He's just hiding out right now. Not trying to get caught out by Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual, who are likely on the hunt for him right now. Peterbot's game sense letting him know, hey, there's only so many places you could be. However, it's kind of like a rhino, you know? You just don't move, you can't be seen. Hellhound manages to kind of escape here. Oh, no. But the teammate ain't looking too good. He's a little too close to the fire.
His teammates probably tell him, it's okay if you get eliminated. Just buy me time. Just take him far away. I'll get our other duos reboot. We'll get back in the game, and we'll come back for your card as Peterbot quickly shuts him down in a 1v1 situation, replenishes the materials, and he's back on the run yet again. This is just
and
an
this is where
incredible situation.
Peterbot really starts to gain his confidence, right? When you see him start to have fun in the game. You know, the first couple games he was falling early. He was almost out of his zone, right? Out of the element, but come game 6, puts it all on the line, starts to really make a case for the evening here. And now we're just seeing a different type of stride coming out of him. I was going to say, I wouldn't put it past him to have a game 6 victory to kind of close out strong here this evening, but we'll just see. So plenty of zones ahead of us. Sphinx, Bolts, and Kanata, though, sitting 800 damage above the surge right here. No pressure in sight for this trio right now.
I honestly think it's very, very important for both Sphinx and Kanata to have at least a top 3, if not a win, in this last game of the day. They got the zones after traveling one of the most far distances out of every team in the lobby. It begins to kind of hinder your mental game. So they have to try to figure out a way to make it work, as Higgs, Clicks, and Yamzo in a very, very similar and dire situation. You see the low amount of materials onto Higgs overall. That's Shadow, that's Curve, and Tyler on the other side, and a big shot already going to open it up. Shadow just dropped down, Curve as well. Everybody dispersing into different directions, trying to figure out a way to survive. Unfortunately enough for Clicks, Yamzo, and Higgs, they have not been able to pick up a knock or an elimination just yet.
I was going to say, those other third-party teams are starting to shoot in, so that is so unfortunate that they didn't get to finish it. They absolutely needed a refresh right there, and now Clicks is the only one with a little bit of extra material here. They're going to have to go ahead and play this building to go ahead and refarm as much materials as possible off the structure here. And just a huge, huge setback. Again, this is all off of the fact that they were pushed by Peterbot out of their draw spot early on. And in a best case scenario right now is this team falls here and now. But again, unlikely, as they're sitting at the front side of Storm right now, front side of Zone, looking to thin out the lobby.
Uh-oh. Disaster strikes yet again. Really unable to get themselves in a comfortable situation because of the start that you were talking about. But now they find themselves in a 3v2. Clicks is down. They don't really have any loot, no heals, no materials. And now Yamzo's going to fall right on top of that. 462 damage above the threshold is the only real blessing that they do have on their side. For Higgs, having no HP to regain, he's going to need a miracle as he spots threats running out. He's trying to follow suit and goes down. No eliminations, no placement points, 0-point game to end the day. And on the flip side, Ritual, Cold, and Peterbot, Monster, they need 9 eliminations before placement to tie it up. They're at 7.
I was just going to say, they've been doing the exact opposite this game, racking up elim after elim. They kind of found their mojo here in the last game, and they're not looking back at this point in time. This is a pretty interesting end game as well. This is ending on these mountains right here, so a complete turn of events right now. The entire script just getting tossed out the window.
I mean, they did say they didn't want a North Zone anymore. And well, now we don't have a North Zone. So it's one of those situations you got to be careful what you wish for. Because now we're on the mountain edges. Hard to make your way up. Rapid goes down. At least he was able to bring some of the loot on over to Threats, but not a single HP heal. And even if there's some just a little bit further down the mountain, Threats cannot get to them.
Threats at 4 HP. And no heals is just absolutely shambles. I haven't had a real need to use that word today on broadcast, but this is it right here. This is the definition by Fortnite terms here. He's got nothing to work with. He can't even go into the zone to pick up the heals. Agers ends up diving down on him. Acorn ultimately gets the elimination there. Meanwhile, Reet, Curly, Coop have a chance now to jump back up, put themselves in the conversation of a top 3 finish here. They've got a little bit of a mountain position as well.
And they're honestly only 21 points behind third place, which ironically enough was Rapid, Booga, and Threats. For Reet, Cooper, and Curly, this could be the game that at least gets them into the top 3. Maybe more, depending on where they actually finish as Agers, Acorn, Pollo, just taking the side of the mountain. They're confident that the surge that they have at this stage of the game means no real risky situations. They can kind of bunker down here on the side of the mountain where not many teams will be able to see them due to that line of sight, and just hope, cross their fingers that the zone pulls onto their side of that mountain.
I was gonna say, do keep in mind, again, this is the first full, like, kind of southern zone. It's going east now. It's just very different kind of end game playing out here. And look at it's a different story too. Look at the damage threshold put onto Muzzrise and Jabcode. So much pressure here for them to perform right now. They see a team rotating dead side. They start to trickle in and try to tail behind them. Muzz, though, just cautious of the fact that there might be a team above them. Someone, oh, is that Rise's body? Yeah, unfortunately gets eliminated right here. He's just gonna have to pick up what he can here. And this is just all looking bad right now. They don't even have time to really set up, trying to fish for damage at all.
Just disaster, because you don't even go down. That's what we saw happen to Rise. He took a tick of that Storm Surge, straight eliminated. Luckily for Muzz, though, he was able to pick up the materials, the minis that he did have in his inventory. And now they're just staggering themselves back. They're going to be able to kind of use what little bit of elevation they have, survey the land, and then rotate in towards the zone. But they got to be careful because they're rotating right into Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual. We spotted them out for a near moment, but right now they have their plans set in stone, trying to figure out what else is going to kind of get thrown their way. Where this next zone pulls is going to be important. If it pulls towards the west, yet again, we're going up the mountains. Anywhere else would be a saving grace for the majority of the lobby.
And you can see Peterbot gave that information to Cold as he was looking back for that team that was rotating in. Muzz's trio barely, narrowly escapes away on high ground. The Major 1 champions, Boyo, Adris, Acorn, have this under situation fully locked in stone right now. Take a look at the quick elimination off the chimp there to kind of set themselves up for the high ground positioning now. Low ground being played perfectly right now to Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual's success here. They're the first to get there. They have the heavy material count, kind of building this catacomb out now.
Yeah, and we officially have a new first place team with those 7 eliminations and the 3 teams worth of placement. Cold, Ritual, Peterbot are now at the top of the mountain. Not literally, because you see them all the way on the low ground. The zone did pull towards the west, so they got to make their way up the mountain regardless. Cold goes for an elimination and instantly becomes the target of the lobby. A decision he's going to have to think twice about next time, as everybody's just trying to make their way up. Sooner is going to be better, because then you don't have to get pressured by every other team that is going to be above you. But for Coop, Curly, Reet, even with that elevation, they're pressured by Storm Surge, 167. A couple of shots going to land, still 135. Even with more, they're still below the damage threshold by 71.
You gotta give a ton of respect right now to Coop's decision-making, reading the zone perfectly, positioning himself up and over, kind of into a prime position to go out and even fish for this type of damage right now. However, they're still below. It hasn't been enough. It's gonna come down to that quick piece up right there. For no, he missed the shotgun shot. His team's there to follow up. And on high ground, Agers is barely holding on because Peterbot, Cold, and Ritual are trying to fight their way up this mountain as well. But Ritual's gonna fall here just inside top 13, but it's not over yet.
Peterbot really leading the charge, waiting for Cold to reunite, recharge a lot of that sprint. So that when they make that final run, it's a lot easier, but the flank comes in. Peterbot with a good shot, quickly mines his way on out. 50 HP, now the zone is on their tails. From one fight to the next, now it's up against the B. Dips right back in, but he needs the elimination, and he gets it. Oh my gosh, Peterbot is him, and now he's by himself.
Just so clean with it right there. The sliding shotgun shot, let the zone do the rest. It was just too smooth for him right now. Frontside rotate here to put him way into position here and now. Still a couple zones to close out here. He's got to play for these elims. One big pickup. This is what Peterbot does best. And he is just racking up points here, breaking away with a monstrous lead to set him up for a successful day 2. Nice little mad find here. Go ahead and buy him a little bit more room.
Yep, building that confidence right now as he's going from team to team, trying to find these opportunities, floating in the backside of the zone. And even when he sees one player run away, he just quickly keeps on moving to the next team as he's making his way up the mountain. Multiple chances here in front of Peterbot, but without any builds, he needs to be precise. Him versus Kanata, and Kanata takes him down. A good loot upgrade if he could just get his hands on it.
Finally, we're seeing some life come out of the teams that have kind of had a bit of a struggle on the day here. But here's the team that's managed to stay consistent.
Oh, no.
Reed, Curly, Coop, another end game, a top 5 position for them. They're going to be happy about that one. Meanwhile, Visuals Embrace playing the med miss on the high ground. All of a sudden now, Bucky, Cam, and Okus have a chance to make something big happen here. It's up against Kanata, though. Nice little edit there. Full control here for Cam, but he's got to back his way out. It's a full trio fight, but they're sandwiched, Jacob, in between multiple teams here.
They have no choice but to go and sacrifice some HP, get around on that zone, but you're seeing the position they put themselves. Slivers of HP overall. They cannot do that again, and they're one of the few trios that are actually left in the game, and their opposition up above, almost full HP, full shields. The only thing that they don't got going for them is overabundance of materials, as Cam gets another elimination onto Taki down below, and this is where the drop down is slowly but surely gonna begin.
And you can see he's even willing to take the time. Braid's making sure he takes no fall damage here, inching his way down. He does not want to get this one away and put puts himself in a favorable position to find cams there for the elimination. All they got to do now is wrap it up, and this is going to be a great game dub for Braids Diminished and Visuals here. Kanata finds himself in a second place in the end. A great clutch, though. Nice little tag there. He's going to find himself a little bit of Siphon. Braids now takes some unnecessary storm damage. Kanata dips back into zone. He's going to try to play the heal off here. It looks like he's got a med kit.
Yeah, he has the Chug Jug overall, and it's going to go straight to HP, and that's why he stopped it for that moment. This could be the difference maker, because they're out of heals on the other side. Cancels it one more. In they come. Braids. They're doing what they can, but they cannot find him. They can't find him. Braids goes down, but Visuals found some extra heals at the bottom of the mountain. Every team that fell before them was his step to success. They pull off a heal-off win at the very, very, very end.
So that cheeky shotgun shot through the cracks as well, making sure he catches the elimination credit. That was a spectacular showing for Kanata to at least give himself some hope, give himself a chance, right? A bunch of points like that can set you up for a great day two. But game 6 story, we can't lose track of it. Clearly, Peterbot has it cut out for everyone in the lobby that he is here to win another major and put another notch on the belt. But take a look at the Game 6 victory. Let's celebrate for Visuals here, who manages to come swinging around the side in the final shotgun shot there, Jacob, to win the game. Congratulations to Visual, Braids, and Diminished. They managed to do it in Game 6. Really keeping it interesting here for us, Jacob.
Yeah, they did a very good job. I almost thought it was over with that Chug Jug, but I said I needed Kanata and them to have a good performance. The zone went in their favor, and they did just that with a second place. But that's going to do it for day 1 from myself and Monster D Face. We got to save our energy because day 2 is tomorrow. Zeke, Kelly, Vivid, what did you guys think of these 6 games?
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. I cannot believe these are the 6 games of Fortnite we got today. Visual, Braids, Diminished, congratulations on your victory royale. It is going to be a massive swing for them. It's going to shoot them up the standings. And once we see where they're at in the standings, things are going to start to make a lot more sense. Before the trio, we just want to celebrate with them before we start getting everything crazy. I love how they executed this, right? Holding on that high ground, especially Kelly in this types of situations, like Old Man Mountain, very difficult to deal with. No one's gonna have much of anything at the very end, and of course kind of finding that last little bit of heals enough to make the difference is so clutch.
Especially when they were able to take away height from Acorn's trio there, because if I'm not mistaken, Acorn's trio had height from 8th zone, but obviously when you pull up a mountain, there's only so much you can do to be able to control height. So as you said, big props to Braids trio. They've honestly actually had a pretty good run so far this year. I think they got 11th place last major, if I'm not mistaken, and they also got 1st place out of consistency from their group, so clearly a trio that has done a lot right. And even before that game, Zeke, if I'm not mistaken, they were in our top 10, so definitely a dark horse trio that has been performing better and better every time we watch them, Vivid.
Yeah, and we kind of tuned into the POV at the end there, right? I saw 363 points being the total for the trio. And I'm like thinking about it, I'm like, I know Booga's trio went down pretty early. I know Muzza's trio went down pretty early. So I'm pretty sure that'll slingshot them pretty high up into the leaderboard. We'll have to see how that one kind of pans out.
Don't get too ahead of yourself, Vivid. Don't get too ahead of yourself.
Man,
hold on.
I'm excited.
Hold on. We'll get to the standings in a little bit because I want to talk about Peterbot. I want to talk about what we witnessed that game.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that Peterbot snuck up on Clicks, Yamzu, and Higgs like he did, and then was relentless. I mean, chasing them for so long. We were actually sitting here talking about it. Just put yourself in the situation of these other trios in lobby. You load in, you're thinking, this is it. Game 6, I have to put up points. We've got to figure out a plan. And in the elimination feed, you see Peterbot drops Clicks. Peterbot drops Higgs. Like, what's going on? And then you continue to go, okay, well, wait, hold on. We got to reboot. That's cool. Wait a minute. Peterbot got Higgs again. Like, the series of event. This is basically like invitational, Kelly. Like, this is invitational level content.
I mean, and to add insult to injury, the skin that Peterbot is using there, this is clearly intended from the beginning. Peterbot just zooming through the map, chasing them down for what felt like forever. And honestly, a lot of it comes down to the standardized meta. If everyone's going to be doing the same thing every single game, well, eventually you can punish it, especially if you're as smart and as aggressive as someone like Peterbot Cold and Ritual Vivid. It seems almost an inevitability.
Yeah, it definitely is, right? And I gotta say, I was watching this and I was like, this has to be like one of the top 5 plays of all time. I mean, at face value, it's just like, oh, you know, Peterbot just kind of sneaks up on a trio, pushes them, kind of like whatever. But no, the fact, first and second place, like Kelly mentioned, the way that the games kind of play out nowadays, you can kind of predict almost to the T exactly what kind of bases, what kind of ramps these trios are gonna actually build, and Peterbot just knew that, took full advantage of it, carried it very well into the end game. We saw Peterbot as a solo, last one alive on the trio.
Love it.
We know what he does in those situations, right? Clutching it up, getting that top 6, securing some extra points for the trio, and obviously, with their play in the early game, with their play in the late game, gonna be shooting right back up in the first place.
Guys,
First
look at these standings. Look at these standings. Okay, we went into this game with a 100-point lead, and now we end game 6 with a 100-point lead from third place. Like, what? And even in third place, right? Visual, Braids, Aminish tied with Reek Cooper and Curly at 366. I mean, we cannot forget as well, we need to end top 3 to secure a spot to the Global Championship. Peterbot is making that really difficult right now, Kelly.
If you're looking at it right now, we were talking at the start of the show that we might not be looking at top 3, we might be looking at top 5. And Agers, Acorn, and Poyle, they're in 7th place right now. They could easily jump into that top 5, and just everyone that we have right here, all top 7, even Kanata jumping up into 9th place. And Vivid, we have to give credit where credit's due. The zone did finally pull south, and now we're seeing people like Visuals, Braids, and Aminish, Kanata, Bolts, and Sphinx finally making it into the end game, finally making it into the final teams. And I'm hopeful for day 2 for more south zones.
Yeah, I mean, super good game from Kanata's trio right there. It was also cool to see Bucky kind of in the mix in the end game, right? Because they're kind of landing sort of in that southeast side of the map. But also instantly saw the impact of, hey, listen, the zone's not going to go north. We instantly saw, different teams kind of in the end game right there. Yeah, super, super great to see some different trios in the end game as soon as the zone kind of changed right there, which means that, hey, listen, those 6 games tomorrow, right? They start pulling a little bit differently. Could start to have many, many different conversations.
Yeah, now it's all about VOD review. Right now we go back and we say, look, day 1, it is what it is. We did what we could. We need to come back with a plan of attack for day number 2, because again, after tomorrow's games, that's it. We have 3 spots going to globals, and once those 6 games are done, you better hope you're in that top 3 or top 5 if Poyo jumps up. And Kelly said something amazing that I love that she went ahead and set us up for tomorrow. Day 2 teams. Some of these players are day 2 players. They will come back stronger. Maybe on day 1 you're thinking, oh man, like I want that trio, that player to do better, and they're not doing the way I thought. And then tomorrow you're just gonna be like, well, what can I say? They're a day 2 team, day 2 trio. They're gonna be coming out stronger than ever. Prize money, spots to the global championships, both on the line. With that being said, though, we gotta start saying goodbye. Friends, before we say goodbye, what were your final thoughts after day number 1? This has got to be one of the most entertaining FNCSs we've ever had.
Yeah, between all these different teams holding high ground, all these different trios grabbing victory royales, and then of course that game 6 switch up with Peterbot going for clicks early on. So much has happened, and we've only reached the halfway point, Vivid. So much more can happen tomorrow.
Yeah, I love the fact, right? We saw some consistency throughout the team, some momentum kind of built up, right? That 3-game stretch where it was like Clicks versus Muzz's trio, and some of those end games right there. I mean, Acorn making some great plays for that high ground in some of the later games of today, which could tee us up for a potential comeback for them tomorrow. I mean, so much to talk about. First place to defend for Peterbot now. Clicks hot on his heels. Is the pressure going to be too much? I don't know, Zeke. How am I going to sleep?
Man, there's so much to think about, so many things to consider. But that's for us for tomorrow, okay? Today, we start to say goodbye. If you're enjoying this, don't forget, EU is taking place before us. They have 6 games there. They have more spots. I believe it's 5 going to the Global Championships. they have a ton of different trios trying to secure those spots. Of course, come back tomorrow. We'll be here same time, same great place to see if Peterbot will get that win and we go back to Pete. Oh man, I love Fortnite. For all of you, make sure to go find these pros, celebrate with them, say good job day number 1, bring it back stronger day number 2, and of course we love you. From us though, as always, we love you, keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.